Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We are going to be doing some Kings of War figures tonight. It's going to be Empire of Dust, and we're going to be doing some object source lighting on at least a couple of them. We got some flamey skulls right here. This one, yeah, he's got some flamey skulls on him too. We'll be doing the dry brushy stuff. This is one that we painted on stream a while ago. Kind of a sort of a statue construct there, made out of stone. These guys, I'm gonna go more with, I think, some of the obsidian type stuff. We'll be doing some gold here and there as well. I see there's a bunch of snakes all over them too. Hey there, Armored Wolf. All of those dice bags are really looking sensational. I mean, yeah, I know you wish they could all get done so much faster, right? It's when you think of just how much time goes into all of those, and then you see them all together, it's actually kind of scary, right? Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that's 22 months worth. And Green Fairy Studios, great to see you too. Oh, I think I actually left Dark Queen Schmaladriel in the other room. Yeah, it's almost 2 years worth, Blades. So thank you very much, and Green Fairy Studios. I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, of course I ended up leaving and I meant to get those, but yeah, I think they're somewhere in the kitchen area now. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Blades. Sorry, this is another later start. It literally just keeps getting crazier here. So just keep losing time, losing more time, losing more time. Now, Armored Wolf definitely understands all of that. That's for sure. So thank you so much, Blades. So Green Fairs too. Hopefully you had yourself a decent day so far. Oh, I did manage to find on what was it, on Hobby Lobby, another thing of our thinner, because well, that's almost gone, and I know some folks may need some at Adepticon because they may not have any there. I'm glad you're able to get some painting done there, Greenberry. That's fantastic. Let me get a little bit of this going through there. As always, right, we're going to try and establish the object source lighting as soon as we can. Well, Blades, I think it was yesterday, right? You were doing the stream. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to join you yesterday. Yeah, let's keep doing this here. So hopefully things are relatively. Yeah, I could swear I saw a Facebook image of from the tower down into Sky Dome with the roof open. I know you were saying it could be pretty close to the start of the season when they actually maybe finish those renovations there. And that's again just gonna work in some of this stuff just to get this ball rolling straight away here, sooner rather than later. Always got to establish that source lighting as soon as possible. Now, do I have any of the kitties here? I don't actually have any of the painted kitties in here either. Okay, that's good. And thanks Armored Wolf for shooting me the rules for the Kings of, well, not necessarily just Kings of War. It's for all the stuff. Of course I forgot to look and see if there was small scale. Now Pat did tell me there was a small scale something, whatever small scale category there. Fine. Let's just get a little bit of this in here now. Maybe a smidge of that. Touch of our white here. So let's lighten this up just a teensy bit there. Now, Blades, I can definitely identify, and I understand how it can get a little spicy for sure. And then it's very distracting. Yeah, let's hit some of this over here too. Why not? Get some over here. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of snakes hanging off of these guys. I haven't looked at these things in probably over a year. They will be at Adepticon, much like I gotta try and get all the ships magnetized. Actually, I even just brought a whole nother case for carrying stuff. Maybe a smidge over there. Just a smidge. So we do have a third one that doesn't have, so again, you can kind of see the difference there, right? See that difference. And we'll try and get more of our flamey stuff going on here. Is that okay? That is, I was wondering if that was actually loose there on the base. No, it seems like it's reasonably solidly attached. Again, well, see, blades just how I mean, it's really very simple doing this, right? It's just some dry brushy stuff. And actually, if this were acrylic, it wouldn't be any different. It would be essentially the same thing. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do any of the wet blending that we do, but otherwise, it would kind of just be the same thing. I'm just taking this big old filbert brush and just going along like that, right? That's all I'm doing. That is quite literally all it takes, and it starts to happen so quick, doesn't it? Hey, Ryan. Nice to see you, Energo Matthew. Great to see you again. I hope that everybody's doing well. Gee, was I know I might need to skedaddle for a second and just try and bring some of that stuff back in here, because all of the stuff that I would want folks to see is all in the other room. It wouldn't take much time to go grab that. Look at the difference that makes. Boom. And again, this is mostly a pin line wash here. As in, there's hardly any actual paint in there. It's mostly just thinner. But you can really see the difference that makes, doesn't it? I mean, boom, right? We just set the whole place on fire. There you go. Yeah, blades. Actually, oh geez, it was just the oh yeah, just the other day, and it's miniatures that I need to actually paint for Adepticon. I had there was 10 of them. I had them all in my hand. They haven't been based yet, and of course the thing fell out of my hands, and they just all. Not only did the 10 figures go all over the place, but now I realize that parts of them broke off, and I don't know where those are. And the likelihood of me finding those, even if I spent 5 hours looking for it, is very, very unlikely. So, well, here, let's just do this one here. Now, of course, what we don't have, right, is all of our, you know what, here, let me just go grab those real quick, because we kind of need those for our film noirs here. So, one sec. All right. Well, that's a start, because we need this. That's what I'm looking for right here. Okay, so we do not have this contrasting bluish gray color, so it comes down to more just, well, the values, just the light and dark. So let's do our, okay, you know, it obviously the light is, and obviously this will get here too, but this is the big difference, right? We do not have, again, as we bring this back, we don't have the cooler colors here. So big difference right now. Let's do this. You got the same thing here, right? These are dingier colors here. They're not necessarily cooler, not blue, but you can see a high impact that color is, and not here, right? So that's a big, big difference. Actually, hey, Armored Wolf, holy smokes, I'll just put this in single, and I'll put this in unit or something like that. I even have a monster. Yeah. So, well, thanks again, Armored Wolf, for sending me those. I just feel like I don't know. I just want to do that. I don't know because well, Golden Demon obviously really. The only thing I'll even try to throw in there would be maybe that Aowen if I could kind of rejigger that one. And that one I might try to do in some kind of a paintings video or something like that. Something along those lines. So it's pretty wild to see that right blades and the difference that that makes just immediately. Now you can see the difference that's happened here as we start to expand this light out a little bit further here. I'm gonna get me some more of the orange into this. A little less of the yellow, a little more of the orange. There, we got a little sneaky snake up there. Fine, we'll get a little bit of our orange over there. So blades, hopefully this does make it seem less daunting, right? Because it is just a matter of, and of course you got the little flashlights, which you have. You've got a ton of them. So you got the lights there, so you can actually blades. You know what I haven't done still after all this time was just shine the light on there and just take a picture of it. I still haven't done that yet. I mean, it's no big deal. I'll definitely give that a shot because I'd be curious to see just what that looks like. Oh, that's right. I got to make more texture rollers of this stuff, don't I, Grand Oracle? Remember, I've been saying that for a while. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Pura Vida, nice to see you too. Happy Saturday to you. So, happy Saturday there, Nurgle Matthew as well. So great to see everybody here. So Pura Vida, I hope that you are doing very well. And again, happy Saturday to you. I did. I do have the new Eldar video. The was it series 42? That one is now uploaded as well. So, and what I'm going to be doing is filming. I think on tomorrow. I'm going to grab a bust and I'm going to try and use the whatchamacallit stuff. The not the walnut based, but the Galkids. I think that's what that is, right? Right, Grand Oracle. It's the Galkids. Yeah, I'm gonna try and use that, and just see what difference it makes. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. That is 9 months worth. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, hey, Blades, you might have to remind me. Maybe I should bring the hype train along. for just for funsies. Yeah, maybe I should have the hype train. Now, do we? Okay, we're at 37% of a level 1 there. But yeah, Blades, I should bring the hype train along just to have it. I mean, it's gonna be a whole bunch of us Twitch folks there. Be a real shame if there wasn't a hype train amongst us. I might just have to do that. So Pura Vida, it's a kind of a funny story. I went and rushed out and bought these C batteries, right? The big old C batteries, only to find out that it only takes AA batteries, and I have a million rechargeable AA batteries here. So it's substantially different. It sounds a whole lot different, let me tell you, with the new batteries in there. Holy smokes! So yeah, that's why. Well, remember, it was just about dead. The wheels wouldn't move. It wasn't sounding too great, right? But now the wheels move just fine, and it's very loud because we just managed to. I just unscrewed it and went, oh yeah, those are just double A's in there. So yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with those C batteries because there's not a whole lot of stuff that I have that's not just say USB chargeable. I actually have some more USB charging lights coming this way. I actually managed to find they're from Litgo. I'm not actually Grand Oracle. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Litgo. They do a lot of miniature stuff. but I found that they have 25 millimeter round, basically refrigerator magnet style base things that with the that you can stick on there. But I found other guys, they actually have 25 mil that are practically here. Let me see if I've got just a I swear they're not just 25 millimeter bases this way. They're something like 5 or 6 mil deep. So you could almost just like the whole miniature base would be a magnet. Pura Vida, unfortunately, well, I got them from our pharmacy, and I wouldn't want to. I mean, who knows? You never know. I could just get if I run across one of our old timey flashlights. Hopefully that needs some C batteries, and if it does, well, I can at least use them in there. Now, where's my little? Speaking of flashlights, here, let me see how far that. It does reach up there on his face. So Grand Oracle, yeah. What was the other thing that I just again? That was the surprising thing. Not that well, first I wasn't sure if they even anybody made those, but then to find that they're so some of them are so thick. Now I'm not gonna try and get those now. There's no point in trying to grab those now, not until I get back. But you might be seeing a basing video using those. Now what's weird is Litgo only had 25 millimeter round magnet things. So that was weird. I thought okay they would have 40s. That was the other thing that showed up is all my replacement 32s and 40s and everything. So yeah, I just got a whole bunch of 25 mil bases again. So I'm not looking to repeat those, but here, so you can see the difference. Oh well, here you go. Look at this. There's quite the progression, right? It gets brighter and brighter. So Pura Vida, yeah, this is for trying to get a whole bunch of my Lord of the Rings stuff based for Adepticon because, well, I'm gonna have at least about a dozen or so of these Galadriel. Oh, I also have the Cav. Speaking of cavalry, I printed those out last night. The Tomb King chariots from Titan Forge, those are now printed out. I'm printing some more. What are they? The Galadriel Guard, the Queen's Guard, or something like that. That's what's printing out now. I just and thanks Grand Oracle for finding all that stuff on Cults 3D because man, it was driving me nuts not being able to find that, and it wasn't even on their Patreon there. So yeah, there was no way to get those. So they're 25 millimeter bases. Most Lord of the Rings stuff is going to be 25 mil. Cav is going to be 40 or some. Well, even like here's your cave trolls. They're going to be on 40. The all the other trolls are going to be on 60s. You do have some things that are on oval bases. Dragon. The cave drake. I think also the Watcher in the Water has his own special base. Of course, eagles and treemen; those are also on 60s. So the average monstrous creature. Oh, and chariots, of course. All the Candace chariots are on 60s. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It was really weird because I mean I certainly got. You can look at my was it your previous orders, right? My mini factory, and there's a bunch of dandelions and Middle Earth stuff there, and it is not on there anymore. There's a few collections, but that's it. And I didn't need the whole. Well, as it is, I pretty much did end up getting the whole, Galadriel collection, I guess you could say. Doing more of my light there. Not down here, just getting a little bit of the orange there. And guess what? We can still go lighter with our flamey stuff here. Yep, that is not actually as light as that's going to be either. That will be lighter. Ah, there you are. That's not the... Thought I had this one in my hand. There we go. And of course, where's our thing from last night? Here it is. So Pura Vida, we've been painting a ton of terrain. This is all for Adepticon. This is a Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain, so I'll probably try and do a video of that. Let's do some more of this right here. Again, well, I need to essentially film 4 weeks worth of videos in about, actually more like 2.5 weeks. So again, don't be surprised if there's a whole bunch of Adepticon themed videos for this month. I need to snag that. Ooh, the Eowyn. Okay, so left that one on. It does actually reach up there a little bit. So we're going to take just a hint of our orange here. And I mean just a hint of it. There we go. Here, let me get some of that brushed out of there. A little more over here. Nope, that is not orange enough. So Doug's here. Let me show ya. Yeah, there we go. So I don't know if you can see that little difference right there. So this is a standard 25 mil base, and then this is just stuck on there. Now, obviously, for the metal ones, we're gonna use a regular mat, but this is one that I had to cut right here. So again, that's just basically a refrigerator magnet style sheet that's cut there. We do that for the 40s as well. Now this one, since he's heavier being a troll, he's got himself a regular magnet on there. But this, let's see, nope, that one's got a regular one. Now these guys, I'm just gonna, it's so much easier, right? Because I only have to cut squares, but I gotta do a bunch of these. I'm gonna do all of this Tomb King stuff. So that is probably something I'll be doing over the next few days is stuff like that. And actually, Doug, I actually have a bunch of magnetization videos on on the Patreon page, showing all kinds of different stuff that we did for mag. Now, of course, unfortunately, a lot of my figs they're not they're not here. They are elsewhere. Let me see. Did this one also get a? Look at that. So this is just a printed resin figure. So he's very light. So he just has himself, again, a refrigerator magnet base there. Now, Green Stuff World has die-cut ones for 25s, for 40s. They might even, I don't think they have 60s, but they have 25s and 40s for sure. Hey there, Rockin' Robin. How you doing? Great to see you back. Happy Saturday. Rockin' Robin, and I was hoping after hours maybe to be able to try and do some MESBG actually. Hey, there's Spitfire Miniatures and Bithron. Nice to see you there, Bithron. Bithron, glad you were able to get in a game. Sorry that it didn't quite go the way you wanted it to, but you did make their force stronger than yours. So that was very sporting of you. Now, who's very sporting here? That would be Mini Ruckus. How you doing there, Mini Ruckus? Everybody please give Mini Ruckus a follow, even though he's creating a ruckus in the stream here. So great to see you there, Spitfire Miniatures. Of course, Mini Ruckus, if you want to share any links in the chat, please go on ahead. Everybody give Mini Ruckus that follow. Now, we're painting some Kings of War stuff here. 24 minutes ago, this had, these looked a whole lot like this. No paint on them at all. Hey there, Riot Sister. Nice to see you back. Yeah, Bithron, I mean, it's always a good idea, right? I mean, really, it's ultimately, it's a good idea. Now, here is, this is also Empire of Dust, did the same thing. So we're doing the same thing here, right? We're going to actually get the flames even lighter. Doji, I only played it in one of its very earliest iterations, so it needed more development at the time. Let's welcome in Monster Den Minis as well. Boy, Rockin' Robin, I wish I could be in that tournament. Sadly, it's in the wrong hotel. Yes, Robin. One day I would really love to be able to play an MESBG tournament because I only have basically almost every single army. Hey there, Legion of Grey, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Electric Uncle Trash. And Hard Candy, great to see you back too. So everybody, please also give, in addition to Mini Ruckus, give Monster Den Minis a follow. So nice to see you there, Monster Den. So as we were just talking about, you guys weren't doing a dual stream, were you? Or is it just that much of a coincidence there? Hey there, Night Whisper. Also, everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. And Doji, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, same thing. Bitsron, you want to share some of your terrain pieces, go on ahead. Now we're doing these three guys. They're from Kings of War. It's Empire of Dust. We were just showing one that we painted at an earlier date, and it's the same idea. Same idea. So we're gonna get in some of those cooler colors here. Cooler colors here. You can see these are not just cooler, but also more on the dingy side. Yeah, Rockin' Robin, I would love to be in that tournament. Actually, I have a new army that we've been painting on stream. This is, where's our, here we go. So basically a winter-themed Galadrim army because Galadriel chose to accept the one true ring, and it's now winter in Lothlorien. So we've been doing some fun stuff with teal and everything else. And yeah, we've been painting a bunch of these up on stream. I think I've got about a dozen of them now. I just printed up some more Cav. Now on the subject of, say, Tomb Kings, well, we've been printing and painting tons of that. So this is a combination of Titan Forge, mummified horses, and that's the old metal Cetra chariot. So a bit of a conversion right there. Oh, thanks, Monster Den. Or I'm sorry, thanks, Rockin' Robin. We've also been painting a whole bunch of Bretonians. We have the Fey Enchantress. We have the Lady. A little bit of freehand there. Some fun colors here. And look at the transitions. And little bunnies, foxes. So all that's 3D printed. Those one is from Highland Miniatures. The other is from Titan Forge. This is from One Page Rules. Little nice little War Sphinx right there, and of course, where's some of our chariots. Now, I printed up a bunch of these from Highland Miniatures. We painted these guys already. I've got some more now from Titan Forge, and we'll see how those compare. Really curious to see what those are going to be like together. Thanks, Bitron. Appreciate that. So yes, and of course, again, we've painted at least, I think, 6 of these little kitties, and then 2 of the bigger version. And by bigger, they're like 5 times the size of this little guy right here. So yeah, we've been painting a bunch of stuff. Oh, this was last night's stream. Come on, here you go. This is also some Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. So it was a 4-hour stream there. The new ones will take less time because now we know what the heck is what here. So yeah, this will not take as much time. But that was really, really fun. That was a blast. We're doing a ton of that for Adepticon. I'll try to have some more of the Pegasus Knights. Just prepare it. I'm going to try and bring a bunch of stuff to Adepticon. Maybe even some Song of Ice and Fire prepped stuff as well, just so that we can maybe have some things to paint. Here's some more object source lighting on a 3D printed. That's a little bit of a carrion bird there from Titan Forge. Let's get back. Here we go. Let's get back to this here. So, Riot Sister, nice to see you again. So, Rockin' Robin, I did print out. There are some regular Knights of the Realm that are printed out. I don't have those ready to go or anything like that just yet. You know what? I'll just do some of that over here, some of that over here, and some of that over here. So we're just going to drop a little bit of this on there, and then we're going to get some of our golds in there too. So again, I hope that everybody has lots of safe travels to Adepticon, of course. And of course, Monster Den, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, same thing there, Mini Ruckus. Please go ahead and do that. It's been very, 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 very busy here on stream, that's for sure, doing lots of stuff. So we're kind of engineering some dark here. I think I'm just going to go with more of an obsidian type of a look there on the halberds. Ooh, speaking of halberds, here's some more. We did a whole bunch of these Ushabti here, and what's nifty is that there's three different, there's Kitties, Crocs, and Anubis. They have halberds or great weapons, they have bows, and they have hand weapons. So yeah, the only thing I have to do is print out one more Anubis with the bow. Oh, here's one of the Crocs. I think that's with the hand weapons. Here's a Kitty with a bow. They also have these nifty basing bits. They also have terrain. That's the really cool thing about Titan Forge, is that they have 28 mil and 32 mil figs. So obviously Warhammer and AOS, and then they also have. Here, let me get this too. They also have terrain. They've got basing bits. So they really, it's a complete army for sure. Oh, that's right. Boy, that's another. Does Thunderhead Studios still stream? Holy smokes. Wow, you just reminded me. I haven't seen Thunderhead Studio streaming in forever. Hopefully everything's okay. So again, if you want to share something there in the chat, please go on ahead. Now we're just going to get some of this here, a little bit more of the indigo here. We already got it on the bottom. Now we're going to get ourselves another. Boy, look at how these are getting some use here. A new feature, right? It's modular. It's almost like a paint size. Oh, speaking of which, that's right. We've got, where'd my other one go? Oh, here it is. We've been using this one already. So we've got a dozen of these black handle ones, special Wapilius ones, and then we've got 3 dozen of these. So these will be at Adepticon. You can, I'll try and shoot maybe make some kind of a bigger announcement tomorrow or something like that, or maybe Monday, and just see how many folks might want these, because you can snag those. Still actually have to ask Lethal Weapon what that price point's got to be, but we'll figure that out. He's I'm pretty sure he's at another convention right now. So he's been taking a break from streaming. No, Rockin' Robin, I'll be basically doing as many demos as I can in Fort Wapple. So I'm going to try and have just a local camera set up there where I can just have a monitor plugged in, and I'll just try to do as many demos as I can for folks. Try and show as many different concepts as possible. Now, again, you see that little bit of indigo in there? See how it mixes with this? So Grand Oracle, it's almost like, remember, I started calling it a reglaze. That's right. Yeah. You know what? Let me get, where's my indigo brush again? Let me chunk in a little bit more of that here, I think. Let me get a little more of the indigo there. See, I will not have a booth at Adepticon again. I wish I could do that tournament there, Rockin' Robin, because I've got 1,000 points of Easterlings, Fangorn Forest, Legendary Legion, Canned, probably a good 700 points worth of Harad. I even probably have 400 points of Far Harad. I've got almost 1,000 points worth of Dol Amroth. And let's see. Well, and I'm soon enough I'll have probably a good 1,000 points worth of Lothlorien too. Just grabbing some of this, and again working with some of the some of the indigo that's already there. Obviously, just the texture rollers, right, from Green Stuff World. Boy, yeah, Riot Sister. I'm trying to think the last time I saw an alert for Thunderhead. It'll be nice because then maybe we'll have somebody to rate it. No, no, I don't know. I don't think he would still be streaming that late, would he? So yeah, Rockin' Robin, I will be at Fort Wapple lots and lots and lots. That is definitely the plan. Is to be spending pretty much all of my time in Fort Wapple, doing stuff. Again, hopefully doing lots and lots of demos so that we can show folks the oils and everything. Good luck in the tournament there, Rockin' Robin. What were you gonna take? And I guess the other thing is, what's the points? I think it's been dropped down to 750 or something. Yeah, I think they might have dropped it down to 750. I don't know what it was. I think maybe it was 800 or 850 before, but I guess now it's 750. So yeah, Rockin' Rob, I don't think there'll be time to get that terrain from Battle Systems. I was gonna try and bring some of that because it can all just be folded up and put away. So I don't think there will be time to do any MESBG plan, sadly, for me. Would really like to do that. Alright, so we're just again dropping in some dry brushy stuff here. Oh, 36 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. So it has been dropped down to 750. So yeah, Bitsrun, I actually had the cart all set up and everything. I was going to try and also get some rivers, I think, just to see what they were like. But sadly, that was when all the car stuff was going on, and now it's a little bit too late. They won't be, who knows, maybe somebody will have the stuff at the convention. That would be nice, Bitsrun, for sure, if someone did. Now, see, that just got brighter. Look at, see the difference. It's even brighter now. There we go. So now, I guess, do they have things like the friendly and stuff like that also for, or doubles, or I think there is a doubles, right, for Lord of the Rings? Or MESBG, sorry. Yeah, throwing in some of my lighter stuff there. Makes it even more intense. Hey, Grey Wolf Studio. Well, great to see you there, Grey Wolf Studios. I'm hoping that things are still kind of at least where we left off, and not any crazier than that. So great to see you again there, Grey Wolf. Again, I'm sure that things, well, it's not really ideal at all under any circumstance, right? But great to see you, Grey Wolf. Sorry it's so late. I'm going to try and get me some of my lighter stuff here. So yeah, Grey Wolf, I'll try and shoot you a message and get you filled in. There's just lots of crazy goings on here, and it just kind of keeps elevating each day as we get closer to Adepticon. New wacky stuff keeps popping up. Nah, I don't want that. I'm going to see if I can't take some of that away. Looks like I can. So great to see you there, Grey Wolf. And of course, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to share any of your painted stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. We've been hammering away at lots of terrain here, and that's going to have to continue for sure. That's not right where we wanted that to go. Let me see if I can just use maybe this and dig some of that out of there. I'm going to get me a little bit more of my lighter stuff right in there on that floor. Then some of that over here now. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of other folks that are just, well, it's difficult to get folks to understand that they just think Adepticon just kind of happens, right? You walk in there Friday night and it's a convention, it's all done. That's it. It's they don't understand that no, there's that's Wednesday afternoon, right, Blades, when that thing is going on with the Twitch folks there, and of course I think it's Wednesday night. GW has their big reveal thing, which who knows, maybe Rockin' Robin, maybe we'll get a Civil War in Arnor. That's the book that I want to see. That is the next campaign book or source book or whatever they're calling those that I want to see. Let's do something here. Wasn't sure if you've had a chance to just kind of mellow out at all there, Grey Wolf Studio, where things have kind of lulled just enough where you can just catch a breath or two. Need a bit more of my light there. So again, you can see we're spreading this light around, just illuminating everything. Grey Wolf, gee whiz, it's obviously that is not ideal. I'm just kind of glad that it's at least where it was, and not accelerating any right just yet. So again, sorry I haven't been able to shoot you a message there. It has been full on 24 hours a day. So yeah, Rockin' Robin, all of my Galadrim stuff, it's all 3D printed from Dandelion and Middle Earth. I've got, again, what I've got printing right now is Royal Guard, basically, and a few other special character figs, and well, we'll have to get all of the Cav, get those guys ready. Now I do have those. Oh, what is it from? Also from Mantic. That Halo stuff. That's it. I've got to get somehow find a way to get that stuff based. Boy, Grey Wolf Studio. That is definitely piling on, wouldn't you say? I think that deserves a 15-yard unsportsmanlike, don't you? Yes, I think the universe needs to be charged with a 15-yard unsportsmanlike. Hey there, Clinton Hobbies. How you doing? Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the sub. That's also almost 2 years worth. So Clinton Hobbies, if you got any work in progresses that you would want to share in the chat, please go ahead. And again, we want to thank Monster Day Minis and Mini Ruckus for the raids. Again, if you have any links that you want to share in the chat, stuff that you've been working on, and of course, if you've been working on stuff for Adepticon, for sure, show that off. Unless it's all super secret. Unless it happens to be secret. In that case, you don't have to. Ah, that's Kurzlook. Yeah, Rockin' Robin. Kurzlook just unleashed. I don't know if it would be Angmar. I think it's Angmar because I'm pretty sure there's like maybe a Warwick chieftain in there, and maybe Azog. I could swear that he'd already done things like Azog and other various Angmar stuff, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up with Diwali. I could, because I have a whole bunch of Warwicks printed up from Diwali. I have Warwicks printed up from Medbury Miniatures. Obviously, I've got the Printing Goes Ever On Wargs. Actually, Rockin' Robin, I don't know if you saw the latest release from Printing Goes Ever On with all of the Moria stuff. I mean, the figures are really nifty, but the terrain, right, Grand Oracle, that's what we're really after. Oh, Grand Oracle, yeah. I did update the firmware. I did a bunch of different things, and the same result. So I'm thinking may just be a time to take a hammer to it. because yes, well, at least I think it might have detected the first layer error this time, which it wasn't before. But yeah, that sadly all that made no difference. I shouldn't have bothered last night. It was only about an hour and a half, but still, that's time that I just really needed to do on something else. So that thing just gets shut down, and I'm not really sure what the heck to do with it. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's a paperweight. Because there is really nothing else that I can do. I can try to, do some of those maintenance things, but something tells me they are not going to make a difference. Unfortunately, and I know that's not really something that you want to hear, because well, here's hoping that your future is like Hank's future, or Hank's experience with those, and not like mine. But yeah, I'm not really sure that I can recommend those to anybody. You know what? I'm gonna go backwards in time here a little bit with some darker orange here. Let's do that. And maybe let's get a little bit more of our lighter stuff here. Let's do some lighter stuff. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I'll just wait until after all of this stuff hopefully dies down, and then give that a try. And let's get some more of our orange out here, because that maybe it'll reach up to here. Now let me see where's he going to be? He's probably going to be in the middle here. So, haha, looky here. I'm gonna be cheaty. I'm gonna be very cheaty. We're gonna do some off-camera light sourcing here because I can. All right, I just had it in my hand. Yes, we are gonna cheat here. Look at this. I'll barely have to paint this thing. Cause look at this, right? So that's basically gonna illuminate all of this. So we'll do that. We're kind of changing things around here a little bit, but hey, that's all right. So there's that. Because reasons, or raisins, I wouldn't mind some raisins either. Oh, thanks, Electric Uncle Trash. Appreciate that. Well, and it's just, it's so darn easy. I mean, again, even if this were the acrylics, wouldn't really be all that different with the approach. Now, over here, wow, this thing's really going to collect a whole bunch of that light, isn't it? All right, here we go. Change time. Whoops, wrong one. Bam, there we go. Over here too. So now, what is that? Oh my gosh, there's no way you can do object source lighting on an entire army. Really? So yeah, this will just be the unit that I want to enter, and I'll do this guy as their single figure, because why not? Let's do it. All right, it might have to be large monster. I don't know. So yeah, Grand Oracle, hopefully so. Uh, yeah, that is. Well, the other thing too is that I would try to do another one of those long long Zoom calls with Lethal Shadows, but Lethal Shadows is, well, we're both kind of occupied right now, so hopefully maybe I can get with Lethal Shadows, and who knows, maybe we can come up with some kind of solution. I don't think it's the nozzle Grand Oracle, because I mean, it does all the nozzle purge and everything, and that's again with the whatchamacallit there, the firmware update. It should be detecting that, right? For sure. So again, a quick change here, very very quick change. Now you know why I do the object source lighting first, because, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff here that I didn't even need to do that other dry brushy stuff on. However, that's okay. That's alright. It's actually going to take a significant amount of painting time off of these guys, which is just hilarious. Yes, these guys are going to take much less time to paint now. Like this guy here, I mean, literally, he's mostly just going to be orange. He's right in the middle of two light sources. So I'll have to make myself a movement tray here again, and now you can see how all three of them are going to be working together there. Let's do something here. So Grant Oracle, hopefully you've been enjoying your weekend here so far with not necessarily have to wander here and there far and wide. Where's my... So we're just trying to get this guy caught up. I'm gonna have to put some more of that Hansa yellow out there. We got some of the white. Now I gotta get the Indian yellow into that. There you go. That's Uncle Trash. And it really doesn't matter what kind of what the color is either. You know, whether it's green or, yeah, I mean, this is obviously a more classic kind of yellow here, but we've got, well, there's some blue source lighting right there. I mean, it wouldn't really matter what the color is, and there's some green right there. You can see where it just kind of is all around the character there. And then here's some of our, here's another, some green source lighting right there. We got, there's another, oh, this one's red. With a cast, ooh, there you go, cast shadow as well. Let's just get the, get some of the dust off of there. You can actually see that cast shadow. Grey Wolf, oh, I've got that, was it Emperor Grievous? Not Emperor, the Grievous box. So was got the 4 lightsabers, right? So we'll have quad OSL, 4 different colors, right? 4 different colors. Oh, actually, hey, Grey Wolf, did you want to share? Speaking of object source lighting, did you want to share? I know you've got a couple of object source lighting pieces that you did. You worked really hard on those, and they looked really fabulous. If you wanted to share some of those, and again, Doji, I don't know if you've had a chance to share any of the stuff you've been doing on stream, or sorry, with the oils. Let me see. Yep, let's get lighter here. Let's get lighter because that is right next to it in some ways. See what we got here? Where the candles are right up next to that column right there. Oh, speaking of Shatterpoint, there's an object source lighting. There's and marble. It's got everything. Yeah, Grey Wolf. I think he still goes on the same size base as everybody else, but basically like a 40 or something. I don't think he gets a bigger base, or maybe no, I don't think he does. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Doji shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Ryan, I'm not sure if you had a chance to share anything in the chat there. I know you got your oil painted miniatures too. Where's our... So there you go. Now let's get our 3 guys next to each other. So there you go. So yeah, we'll make ourselves a little movement tray for these. We'll magnetize that too. Hey, Legion of Grey, everybody please give Legion of Grey Plastic a follow. So Legion, if you wanted to share some of your stuff there too, sorry if I didn't ask. There was a flurry of raids and all kinds of activity there. So if you wanted to share something before you head off to sleep, please go ahead and do that. My apologies for neglecting to do that earlier. Electric Uncle Trash. If you now if you're doing well, it doesn't matter what kind of sculpting you're doing. If it's digital or your good old-fashioned green stuff and all that. If you want to share any sculpts, of course, if you are doing the digital sculpting, you got yourself a Cults 3D or My Mini Factory or something like that. If you want to share that in the chat there, so people can see your miniatures. Look at that good old Gregor, and it's not. It's one of the newer ones, right? Right, Legion of Grey, because there was kind of like the original mountain that rides, and then there was sort of the Gregor Clegane with no helmet on, and then there's sort of a new mountain that rides. Now, is there like a new mountain that rides? I almost said Mountain Dew. Oh, the new Lannister starter set. Okay, you know what? Actually, I do have that. I do have that. Among the million other things, I'll have to be trying to get some of that stuff ready too. So that'd be fantastic. Electric Uncle Trash. Now, again, this can get a whole lot later. This can get a whole bunch later. We're just only now. Again, we're kind of switching gears here. Remember, we were all set going one direction, and we just when I realized, yeah, this guy's going to be in the middle. So why don't we try and take advantage of that? Maybe get some source lighting out here. I actually Legion of Grey, the only giants I ever painted were the old Savage giants from the very beginning. I know there's at least a couple of more, and there's like a named giant character, right? I know there's a couple of things that I'm not quite sure what they are. Again, I'm a little bit behind on all of that stuff. So again, you can see the influence that's having now on this base right here. Hey there, Elite. So Elite, they're just, for me, better on every single level. I can paint things about 70% faster, if not faster than that. You can work on many figures at once, just like this, and all this stuff is still wet, so I can still manipulate that. The oil paints are more vibrant, as well. You right, Grey Wolf Studio. You can you got the indisputable visual evidence in your hand right there. Nice to see you there, Ansible. They are definitely cheaper because you're not using anywhere near as much of them. They are far more durable, so they're fantastic for terrain, for vehicles, for, well, anything, because again, more durable. So they're just going to be able to take a hit much better. They are also easier on your brushes because that stuff's not drying in the ferrule. Believe me, there's brushes that I used acrylics on them once, and it basically toasted the brush. Yeah. I mean, see that paint that's down in that ferrule there? I can't get that stuff out of there. So there's a Legion of Grey can attest that it also, well, it certainly makes this easier, right? It makes the non-metallic metals easier. So Ansible, great to see you again. Happy Saturday. I know it's been a little while. I hope that everything is going well for you there. Now I'm going to hit this a little further, right? Because that light is basically right next to it. Then we'll have to come back in actually with some of our darker stuff there because, well, again, we kind of shifted gears on this one. And this is still a very much kind of a dark orangey thing right here. So let's see if we can get this a little lighter here now. Elite, you can, but again, it's all going to dry on you, which means you're not going to be able to do like this. If I had 10 of these, I could do all 10 of these at once and still be able to do all of this wet into wet blending here. You won't be able to do that with one acrylic miniature, much less 10 of them. So it is a huge time saver. Let's do something here. And since you are not layering, again, that is the key. Hashtag no layers with the oil paints. You're not remembering, there's no formulas or anything like that. There's no 10% this, and I use this color on the next layer and this color on the next layer. It's just plop a color on there and you push it around, right, right, Green Fairy? It's the old plop and push. Plop that on there, push it around. Night Whisper, if you wanted to share, I know you got some stuff that you can share in the chat if you wanted to. Everybody, please also give Night Whisper a follow. So Elite, I hope that your Sunday goes well. I forgot to look and see if the Western Bulldogs played either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I was just joking last night that it's week 1 of the footy season, and I'm sure they've either lost that first game or they won the first game and suffered 2 or 3 season-ending injuries all in the same game. Because that's kind of how it goes for the Bulldogs. Injuries and the Doggies are pretty much synonymous with each other. No problem there, Night Whisper. So everybody please check out, that's the Wapelius spell brush there. And right, Grey Wolf Studios, you can see also on my Insta, you can see where we painted one in acrylics, one in oils, and it was hands down, right, right, Grey Wolf? The one in oils, basically the one in acrylics, looked like it had been sitting out in the sun for a couple of years. By comparison, the darks were darker, everything was richer, and again, so much easier to do. Freehand is easier, right? We were showing that just the other day. Now I will need to get a couple of little darks in again because we kind of changed gears right in the middle here. So let's do that. No. I'm gonna grab this other one, not beat up the new one here. You know what? I'm so tempted. I'm gonna. No, I won't. I was gonna break out the Perline Crimson, but we'll just break out the Perline Red here. We'll just we'll keep it simple here. I would really love to use that Perline Crimson. That would be very fun. One thing I do hate about Gamlin, their caps here, they're designed for, like, people that are 2 years old or something. I mean, they need a cap like this. Not these dinky little caps that just fall out of your hand because they're so tiny. Now, speaking of not tiny, everybody please check out the Not Tiny Discord link there. It's weird, right? How the Discord links are monstrous and the Instagram links are like blahblah.com. That's it. So everybody please check out Night Whisper's link there. And also please give Night Whisper a follow. And of course, Elite, obviously the capillary action of the oils is vastly superior. We certainly have seen that on our terrain stuff. Even last night, right? We were doing a ton of the capillary action on this guy. And you could see it in all these areas. Again, hydrodynamics are very different than how, say, linseed oil acts or safflower oil acts. They're very different things. Do the acrylics with what the acrylics do well, and use the oil stuff on the things that the oils do well. It makes sense, doesn't it? Might as well. Oh, thanks, Night Whisper. Yeah, that's what we painted last night. That's another one of those Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain pieces. I might be doing another one of those on Monday. Who knows? A little more of a dark there. Okay, so again, I just had to kind of switch this back a little bit because I had already been doing some of the lighter dry brushing there. So again, there's our light source next to that. Just gonna have some fun here. Thanks, Night Whisper. The all the little kitties, right? I know you've seen a couple of the kitties getting painted. I've done 2 of the big ones, and now 6 of these little guys here. So yes, lots and lots of terrain that has to be painted. Let's do some of this here. Yeah, here, let's get some of that darker. Let's separate some of these 2. And of course, we also are working on the vehicles. I think there's at least 4 of those transporters to do. So we'll be painting those. And where's our blending brush that we could use? We'll just use this. So again, right there, see the kind of the rough edge there? Look at this little tap, tap, tap over there. So instead of several layers, hashtag no layers. We do 1, it's done, that's it. We blend it, no more, that's it. No fooling around. Now, let me do some serious. No, I'm just going to use this right here. We'll just get that right over here by our Van Dyke Brown Mars Black. Start breaking these down. Maybe a little bit of the asphaltum as well. Come on, get it. There we go. Now that's starting to break down. So I can just get... Now, man, this is super absorbent. That's just a bulletin board cork there. So that will absorb that right quick. Oh, we gotta get a little skelly friend painted down there too, I see. And again, look at this. See, that is that's not going to happen with the water-based stuff. It just doesn't, because, well, it's just, again, the dynamics of water are very different because water is so much thicker. Continue here. Can't just dropping these little glazes in. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour ago, none of these guys had any paint on them. So when I was saying it, right, it happens fast. It happens fast. We're not fooling around when we say that. One, 2, and 3. So again, that is 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 1 second. So, yeah, Ansible, it's always wild to see just how easily the oils flow in comparison. And then when those times where I have to do stuff with acrylics, and it does not flow the same, and it's so hard just to get the stuff on the miniature in comparison. It's really weird just how different that is. Again, just going to use that to soak in here. There you go. Down into those shadow areas. We'll darken this up too a little. Now let's get to some of these other guys, and we're going to also try to do some of this pinline wash activity here. So everybody please check out the Kathy Tribute miniature there that Grey Wolf did. So again, Grey Wolf, thank you so much. Everybody that purchased and painted the Kathy Tribute miniatures, of course, many thanks for doing that. That is appreciated. That was a massive help on multiple levels there. Again, we touch it, and that's it. We just touch it there, let it do its thing. Let it go where it's going to go. We'll get some of our gold and some of the blue in there and such. And, probably be, what is that? Our, not phthalo blue, but Prussian blue. Thanks, Grievous, to it. And of course, thanks always for sending messages and all the kind thoughts too. You know how that goes a very long way. And that, again, everybody else that kept us in their thoughts and such, that is also appreciated. Now here, again, look at, see how that's just going to expand all on its own. Just a couple of dots. Touched it a couple times, that was it. Boom, look at that. Just let it go where it's going to go. And again, we are just quite literally at hour 1 here. That's it. This is the other advantage of the oils, whether it's army painting, or let's say you're doing stuff for a contest where you, instead of having to struggle to get to the juicy parts of the miniature or whatever, well, you'll get there that much sooner with the oils, right? Because as you can see, I can, now I can really get down to things like the non-metallic, all that other stuff right away instead of having to do it. Just, again, a bunch of layers. Spending hours to get to where I got in just an hour. Now we need some more of that. Turn here, maybe a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown, maybe even some more thinner. Let's fish that down into there. Yeah, we need that dark in here too. And do we? Yeah, we already started working back there, so we're pretty good there. Just look at that. See how that just spreads everywhere? Now, would you want to sit there and have to paint it? Because if I was doing this with acrylics, I'd have to basically paint in every single little individual area of dark. Or I do what I just did and just touch the brush to it, and the paint just it just flows wherever I need it to go. That's pretty handy. Now, I don't think we've done this one yet. Nope. I have not done this one yet. So Bitra, I am glad that you were able to get that game in today, like we were saying, right? Just while you can, because work hours will change back and forth. Might as well do it while the possibilities are there. So Grey Wolf, these were just primed, darker brown. All of the Tomb King stuff was, unfortunately, I think you probably missed a whole bunch of the last several weeks of streaming. But as that, just for a variety of reasons, they've been primed almost like a dark brown like this. So everything was just a dry brush. It was the same thing here. Now this actually was primed like a really dark bluish black, but all of this stuff was just dry brushed over the top. So none of these had pre-glaze. Same thing here with Schmaladriel. She was primed a very dark bluish green, so no pre-glaze there either. Now, of course, with the pre-glaze, if it's wiped off sufficiently, well, you can kind of just do the dry brushing stuff back in there too. Now, again, we're just going to keep hitting some of these darks here. Yeah, Mithron definitely, well, just, again, since there's pretty much no way for me to get in stuff like that, I just always advise, if you got a chance, definitely do that. And oh yeah, I agree with, that's the other reason why you want to be working on multiple figures at once, right? So that the paint has a chance to set. So like when you were working on your Oh god, I know there was Zombicide. Was it? It wasn't Rue Rue Morgue or Rouge Morgue. Was it? It was the fantasy version, which I can't remember now what that one was. I forget which one that was because there was like Rue Morgue and there was the fantasy one. Black Plague. There we go. Yeah, more of again some just inline wash type stuff there. There, and all that is just touching the brush to it. That's it. That is all we're doing there. That actually worked its way down in there pretty well. I'm going to try that over here now. Boom. Like so. So there's little scarabs and little snakes kind of creepy crawling all over these guys. Let me see if I can do that now with maybe some of the indigo. Yeah, that regen can really, especially if they're lucky with regen rolls, right, right, Bithron, that can make life difficult for sure. Look at that. I touched it one time. We'll do that same thing again. I just touch it once. Let it go. Let it do what it's gonna do. Same under there. Just touching that here. You do what you are going to do. Get some of that dark under here too. So, but actually, I don't know. Well, I could. All right. So let's try this. We don't usually get to do something like this. All right. So take a look, see what those are like here. All right, and then we'll do with the film noir here. So let's grab this, take that down. Then we'll do this. And always, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of light there, but already you can. There's a difference enough between the not object source lit colors with that really bright orange, because you can see some of the light stuff, but you really can't see that orange tint, and that's really what gives you the light. So let's bring back our color here. Hey there, it's Manuel. Nice to see you. Happy Sunday. There we go. So here we still have looks like 34 minutes of Saturday left. So again, there's the difference right there. So yeah, Grey Wolf, sorry that there's been so much chaos and just kind of putting the haltsies on that for you. I know you were really blasting away with those too, really making lots of progress. I'm gonna do something here. Let me try a teensy bit. A pin line wash there, just a teensy bit. Letting that go where it's gonna go. I know that that can be a little worrisome for folks that are not used to that. Alright, see you later there, Doji. Again, thanks for being here, like always. Appreciate that. Alright, just a teensy bit of our red there to tint that down. Now I'm going to get some of my floral orange. And we'll try and get that. And maybe a little more thinner too. On some of the flames here. Because it's not intense enough. Now we're going to add fluorescent orange to it. So again, Doji, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Believe me, this is even more atomic now than it was just a few seconds ago. Is very toasty right there. Where's there? Here's our other one here. It's not any darker or lighter than what's there. It's just more intense. So we've just amped up the intensity even more on our stuff that is our source lit stuff here. And I'm going to, there we go. That's the other, there's a little more of that I could use here. Also on this floor. Less of the yellow, more of the orange. Any more of the orange over there? Maybe a smidge more. Let me see if I can use you to do just a teeny. Nope, I gotta get more thinner into that. And again, let that fill in. Some of that's okay. So now we've got ourselves some little bit shadows starting to appear in the floor here. I'll see you later there, Grey Wolf Studio. Thank you so much. I'll try and shoot you a message again. Sorry that I haven't gotten you one in the last couple of days. Nice to see you there, Cheese Whiz. So we just saw what these guys looked like. Now, here is a little example. Right, okay, even when I do this, you can still see there's source lighting there, right? What if we were to do this and then do that? All of a sudden now it just looks like there's a little extra light over there. Maybe reflected light. Doesn't look like there's any object source lighting whatsoever, right? Because what you don't see would be this right here. So now you see the orange. Even when I cover this thing up, you can still see all the orange that's there. And here's the other one that's also a good example here. So we'll see the shading or the contrast kind of disappear. Yeah, there's some shading there. Nowhere near as dramatic a contrast difference, right, as when we have the color. That is color contrast, temperature contrast, saturation contrast. Right now you got the magenta and the green. Those are the same value. There's no difference between them. It's just a color difference. So now that we've got some of the darker, oops, no, this goes in between them. So there you go. So Cheese was great to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Everybody, please give Cheese Whiz a follow. That's something I still keep forgetting to get from the store. I might just have to, might even just do that on Amazon or something, because that way we'll remember. Let's throw a little bit more on my dark there, and I might need to even try to get a little more of my light back into some of this, but first, oh, and by the way, this is one of the Make It Epic basing pillars here. Same thing with all the Skelly friends and these other basing bits there. So let me see. Do we want it? Where do we want the gold to be and some of the blue to be? Let me see if I can just. Maybe we will go with this one here. So I'm gonna get the orange out of it first. Let's do that. Indigo. Oh, that's the other thing. Well, we forgot out here. It's one of our new colors there. That's the ice blue, which we just call radiant indigo because it's an awful lot like indigo. It's not really ice blue to me. It's Again, more of an indigo. It's got a nice gray to it. So we want to do something that's almost got a bit of a stone type of a look to it here. Not really sure what they're, if they have skin and what that's supposed to be like. We're just gonna can't do it with this deeper indigo here. And then we'll try and get some of the sneaky snakes, a little bit of some green on them perhaps. Hey there, Valfira. Valfira, it's, yeah, well, I'm glad that you were able to get some rest. I know there were some of those times where it was really hard to actually maybe get to sleep, and especially to stay asleep. So hopefully that was a nice, some restful sleep for you there, for sure. I don't know. Maybe we do go with no. I want the. I'm gonna at least see if I can't get the darker stone type of a thing going here on some of this at least. And then here, maybe we will try and do some. No, I'm gonna keep that as stone, I think. So we'll just darken that down too. So great to see you again there, Valfira. Did I do this one yet? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, Valfira, we made a little bit of a change here. We started out one way and then said, no, oh, there's also some scarabs on there too. Only just now noticed those. I was gonna, at first I thought they were something like an old, like a, what is that, a support nub or something like that. But then I realized, well, no, that would be very difficult since these are resin cast figs and not 3D printed. Well, yeah, that would definitely be, I could see it getting a bit toasty. I mean, here, that was the crazy thing here, is that it would be in the 60s or something like that, and it would be actually be cold in the basement, colder than it would have been if it just was winter time and the furnace could just go off like normal. And there's going to be a little bit of that bluish gray on the flip side of those two. I'm going to try and stick with the same thing here. I'll just, yeah, we'll stick with that. More of just this almost like the stone. There, here, let's do this then. Getting some quickie pin line wash stuff right there. Yeah, Valfira. That just well, hopefully all of the stuff is put back together again that was, shall we say, modularized. I know that was another unfortunate mishap right there. So hopefully things have been brought back together again with, there are a couple more of those. So now that we've done that, now that we've added this blue here, a film noir should look kind of interesting. Now this is, okay, this is the one that goes in between here. So now we can see there's even a little bit of that blue, right? That bluish gray starting to creep in. We'll try and do a film noir here. So there. So now you don't get any of that blue-ish contrast, Right, and it's the same thing here with some of our other Tomb King stuff. So again, you don't see, and we'll even zoom out here a little bit. Now let's bring that color back, and even now, just at a few percent, you can already see the difference that the color contrast makes. Especially with, again, now here it's a cooler, more intense green. These are warmer but duller colors, so it's kind of the opposite. So with those, blue is dull, and the opposite of our orangey light source here, it is the green that is very intense. Now we can even, on the War Sphinx here, the same thing. Take that away, all of a sudden, well, the gold and the green and the blue, they all kind of look like they're the same value, don't they? A lot of that is color contrast, saturation contrast. Again, you have saturated blue, saturated green, then you have all of the golds here, and then you have this, which is very muted right here. Hey V, how's it going? Holy smokes! So V, I hope that your piano stream yesterday was fun as always. Everybody, please give Leaguer Dragon a follow. So boy V, great to see you. I know I was asking Arathu if you were still doing your. I think you added a Wednesday. Yeah, I think you added a Wednesday one too, right? And again, everybody please give Leaguer Dragon a follow. So great to see you again there, V. So V, sorry that I haven't been able to join you guys. I know that there's also been the continuation of the some of the fabulous RPG stuff going on there with the Pyro Club. So of course, everybody please give the Pyro Club a follow. I think there was one point we had Arathu doing links for you and for Big Jim and Pyro Club and Asmo and everything. And of course, I think Dio is doing his reading stream still, right? So yes, the Wednesday afternoon stream added. So again, everybody please give Leaguer Dragon a follow if you could. Now, you know what? I guess I will. I was wanting to go with the gold here on him, so I might just do that a little bit differently. Yeah, let's see, a little different approach here. Now, I'm glad that the leather stuff is still going very well for Dio. Making the dice bags and some of the necklace stuff too, I believe, right? I think so. Let me back away from this, get a little bit of the asphaltum in here as well. And let's get some of this here. We're gonna start changing this so what we needed here. So V, I wasn't sure if you've had a chance to be able to play too many games. I know that Big Jim has been busy. I don't think he's done a real estate stream in quite a while, has he? I think it's been a little while since the last one of those. Again, all of this stuff in here is still wet, so all of this is going to be mixing together. You know, I might just go ahead and actually do something potentially with the gold there. Maybe something like that. Maybe some kind of glowing eyes there. So yeah, V, well, hopefully I'll be selfish and I'll hope that it waits till after Adepticon. Until after all of the Adepticon craziness dies away. So that I can at least watch that and tune in, because those are always wild, right, V? Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the GoFundMe. Appreciate that, and again, thanks to everybody who has contributed to that. That is much appreciated. Now we'll start to get again some other colors going in here. Now that we've got all of our light sources fairly well established, I think. Oh, that's right. Rathi was saying that you did the new a couple of theme songs, right, for the new group. So yeah, everybody, please check out the Pyro Club, and then you can hear some theme songs that were written and performed by Vlieger Dragon. I knew there was something I was trying to spit out. I couldn't remember what the heck it was. So again, everybody, please check out Vlieger Dragon. Now we're kind of using this like a micro filbert brush right here. This is all a dry brush right here. It's a very tiny little dry brush. Still a dry brush. Less is more. More is way too much. No layers. So the Wednesday night game, V has been doing some tunes for that. Yes, V, I'm just waiting for the big dramatic theme song to Too Many Kobolds. The excessive number of kobolds. Ah, there we go. And it's the same approach that we used, whether it's terrain or whether it's the same approach that we're using here. Same approach that I used here. We did the dry brushy stuff, then some of those pin line washes, and now coming back with some maybe more finer uh, pin line washes or finer brush strokes here, and a little bit of a fine dry brush. So again, same thing, whether it's terrain or whether it's miniatures. All right, well, V, you have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And again, I'm hoping to be able to join you guys after Adepticon. I know, like always, Jim just says, go into the Discord and we'll find you there. Here, let's go a little bit lighter with this and lighter with this. And this. What's happening down here? Let me get this going. Sneaky Snake, fine, we'll do a little bit on him so you can see a little bit of difference right there. And that's just we're just kind of getting started with that stuff. I can still see it also too. See, that's got a little bit too much of the glossy there, right? That means it's not quite set. This one is a little more set. Yeah, that definitely is more set there. Which means I can get in here and do this dry brushy stuff. So I'll see you later there, V. Again, thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that be the blue there. I am gonna do the alternate here because I want to have the blue and the gold. You know what? I might just I'm gonna change that too. That's not what I was originally gonna do there, but I reserve the right to make that change, and of course the oils make that change really easy to do. Again, most of what I'm doing here, I want to say of these miniatures so far, basically what wasn't a dry brush has been a pin line wash. That's basically the two things I've been doing: dry brush, pin line wash. Eventually, it does start to get down to maybe more of a traditional sort of brush application, but even then, still less is more. More is way too much. Oh, and by the way, we're not even 2 hours in. Actually, we're not even really all that close to 2 hours in. We've been doing this for 99 minutes. Let's get our 3 guys here. 99 minutes ago, they had no paint on them, at all. None, nada, zilch, nothing. Let me see. So Eau Claire, I think, is about 90 miles away from Minneapolis. Obviously, you got to go through Eau Claire to get to Minneapolis. Well, especially if you're coming from here. I think I've only ever been in Eau Claire one time because someone actually did live there. That was the one time I was in actually in Eau Claire proper, I guess if you want to call it that. So Valfera, it's interesting. I could swear there were some metallic ones. Of course, there was the. He did have a metallic primer or two, and we would mix them with the ghost tints. That's it. Yeah, I would mix those with the ghost tints to make different colors of metal. Actually, a Valfera, you don't notice anything. The primer that was supposed to fill in printing layer lines, I have no idea what he was going to call that stuff. Again, that was 2019. That was the last time I remember he was going to be working on something like that, and we saw the tests of it, but we never saw any actual jars of primer from it. What are we doing here? We're going to do some more there. Fine, fine. We'll hit these guys too. And I think he is set a little bit more. So maybe now we can do a little something here. You know what? I'm gonna change that again too. I done changed my mind one more time. Because again, I can do that. You know what? I might just go instead of the alternating. We'll just go with the gold right there. And these are the Lethal Shadows gaming brushes. Again, I'm going to have a dozen of these, and then 36 of the red-handled ones. So he did try to make that then. Yeah, now was that how many years, was that years ago when that came out, or is it a more recent thing? Also, Valfair, I did the firmware update and all that kind of stuff. The only difference I think it made is that it detected the first layer error. Other than that, did absolutely nothing because it's still doing all the same stuff it was doing before. And it was weird to do it from the machine, and then it kind of obviously did it via the intranet there. I mean, that was neat that it could do something like that. So Vitron used to spray some clear coat. Yeah, some clear coat on the print there. Yeah, we're still working with some dry brushy stuff here with my micro filbert brush. So here, Valfira, we changed directions on these. Originally, he wasn't supposed to have any source lighting, and then I realized that, well, he went right in the middle of these guys. So why not do some light sourcey stuff there? Because reasons, right? So yeah, well, if I can at Adepticon, I'll ask him if he's ever really tried to improve on that at all. There's a bunch of little scarabs on here, that's for sure. Back to this guy now. It's starting to get to something a little bit lighter here. Again, just doing more of a dry brush type of a thing here. We're not looking to do layers. Hashtag no layers. And I might also do some pinline washes of some really extreme. Wow, look at, see the blue that got on there? Maybe something like Indian yellow mixed with our violet there. What is this over here? Is that supposed to be more armor potentially? Maybe we'll just treat it like that. So again, these are not 3D printed. These are cast resin. These are from Kings of War, Empire of Dust. Again, we're just going to hit this with some more of our dry brushy stuff there. Let me see if I can do a little something on some of our skelly friends here. Because I know there's another one that has almost nothing on it. Oh no, that's not this one. Is it? Yep, there it is. There's the one hiding over there, little skelly friend. So Valfira, this is from Mantic, the same folks that did Armada. Remember all the little ships and everything? This is essentially their version of Warhammer, and this is the Empire of Dust. So it's basically Tomb Kings. So once Sigmar came along, this was pretty much the last rank and flank game out there, which actually some folks liked better anyways. Obviously, then Conquest came along, and of course Song of Ice and Fire. Those are two very different type things. This is again, this is much closer to say your prototypical Warhammer Fantasy. Nice to see you there, Rocket. I hope that you're doing well. Because I think these guys have chariots, and actually, Valferi, you did see me paint. Well, you have seen me paint a bunch of the Empire of Dust. There's another one. We did this one on stream. So again, great to see you there, Rocket. I hope that you're doing well. Happy. It's almost a happy Sunday here. It's 11:56. It's not quite a happy Sunday just yet. It will be soon enough. So again, great to see you there, Rocket. Little more of my light down there. What is happening over here? Also, I'm gonna see if we can maybe do. Oh, I need to get either do a gold mask or an obsidian mask on that one guy. I'm not quite sure yet which direction we want to go with that. Might just little drop right there just to start breaking that down. Now I'm glad that you're able to get your Heresy Marines assembled, hopefully without too much hassle. Get some of you up there too to break up that fast mat white. Really need to get me some of my I keep wanting to say radiant yellow, but that would be our Hansa yellow there. Let me see if I can just get the indicators of some glowing red here. Well, that's not. I'm just going to go all the way back to our orange here. Like that. And here. I have plastic. That's something that I don't get to use all that often now with all the 3D printed stuff.
So say we all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Vors. That is 5 months worth. Thank you so much. Hey, how you doing? I know it's been a little while there. Hopefully you're doing well. So happy Sunday. Well, it's still we're still 2 minutes to Sunday yet. We're a couple of minutes shy of Sunday here. It's almost there. There's our little bit of orange up there, and then we'll let that set, and we'll try to get some lighter stuff going out here. Why don't we try to maybe do some, get some, yeah, more energetic yellow in here for sure. So I guess when it turns midnight, it'll be 1. So I guess our 2 hour, well, it's not quite 2 hours yet. Our 2 hour stream will technically be a 3 hour stream suddenly. Well, this was going to be a late night anyway. I guess it's going to be an even later late night. If they're going to be taking away an hour. Alright, and we'll just, yeah, we'll go with some gold there too. Here, just kind of trying to get a little bit of the Indian yellow in there, just to warm that up a smidge. Where are we at now? That's actually just the little bit of the Indian yellow combined with some of the, of all things, radiant violet, because that way it doesn't get too not too bright. That didn't quite go where we wanted it to, so I'm just gonna use you and change that around a little bit. Yeah, Valfera, that is definitely we definitely don't need to be springing forward, do we? It's kind of weird because I always thought that would be more, you would have that with the spring equinox instead of just random on the 10th. Well, it says 12:01. So I guess, maybe that's more like 2 o'clock in the morning or something when that actually hits. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So, and of course it happens differently, right? So in Europe and in Australia, they're not doing the daylight. Well, actually, I know some of them are trying to get rid of it, right? Now here we're going a little bit lighter on some of these here. All right, trying to get the top edges on these. Maybe even something here. And a little something there. Let me get... Nope, that has got too much stuffs on it. We'll just go like this. There. So yeah, I know it's... Was it a week different or something, Rocket? Maybe it's next week they do it. All I know is that it's very confusing for a while because it's not at the same time we are. And maybe we'll do a little bit of this later stuff up there on the ears. No, not on that side. I need a little bit of our later stuff out there. Maybe that's a little too much. Where'd that, well, we'll just use this, I suppose, for now as a little bit of a blending brush. So now that we're starting to get some of the other colors in here, right, the First we had the source lighting, but now we're starting to build back in. But all of this stuff, as you can tell, it's a little bit dingier, right? It is a little dingier. Let me see. Do we want that to be? Yeah, okay, fine. So this will get to be gold, and then those other lines there will be blue. Where's my blending brush? Right there. Come on. Get some of this in here too. Get a little bit more of the light there. Hey there, Mild Pinecone. How you doing? It's great to see you back. Sorry if I didn't see you in there before. My apologies. Well, it is now a happy Sunday here. It is 12:04 now. See if I can't get a little bit more of our light kind of reflecting there in some places. We need definitely go stronger up here with some of that. That's very much facing away from our source lighting too. And some of this is mixing. Remember that indigo that I just sort of dry brushed on there? It's actually still mixing together even now. So what are we at? Yeah, we're not even at the 2 hour mark yet. So not even 2 hours ago. Well, this had a little less paint on it, as in none. So all of this done in the last 1 hour 56 minutes. Like we say all the time with the oils, don't blink. If you blink, you're going to miss something. Maybe a lot. You might just miss a lot. So don't blink. Again, using the blending brush there. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Electric Uncle Trash posted. I don't have the ability to click on it myself here, but if other folks want to click on that link from Electric Uncle Trash with the fabulous sculpting there, everybody please check that out. And of course, Uncle Trash, if it's kind of scrolled up too far there, if you want to post it again so that folks can see it in the current chat so they don't have to scroll up or anything, go ahead and do that too. Let me get some more of my light over here. So well, if you want to send me an Insta message or anything like that with some of the pics, that'd be great, because then I could see those later on after the stream. Again, what am I still doing here? Essentially doing dry brushy stuff, but it doesn't look that way, right? Because it's the oil paints. And again, no layers, hashtag no layers. Let's do this over here again, just taking that and doing a little bit of quick blending brush action there. More of this down here. Lighten that up a little over there, not too much. We also have to do a little something here with the base. Or, I don't want to lighten this up too much, because then that's not going to look very light there at all. So thanks, Armador, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Appreciate that. No, I'm gonna go with the indigo here, which means we switch over to this sort of bluish gray tone here. So again, the Patreon page, I just started another army painting series. That this is gonna be Dark Eldar, or regular Eldar, sorry, Howling Banshees. So that's gonna be the basing episode, of course. Now let me get to some of our Prussian blue here. We have not done any of that, and I think that should make a big difference here. So I'm just breaking some of this down, like we do. Thanks, Uncle Trash. Appreciate that. Here, let me just get that chunk off of the brush there. And let's try some of our Prussian blue in here. That's really going to change this around. This is going to look very different with the Prussian blue here. And then, of course, we'll get kind of the mid-range Prussian blue in there, too. Over here. We'll do this on the other guys as well. There's a few other places we can do this. Yeah, let's do this here. Let's do this. Oh, yeah, that's really going to be different. That should stand out nicely from all the much more muted grayish indigo, for sure. So I'm going to do this, then we have to kind of let that set. It's fine, because I got two other guys I can work on. That's the nifty thing about the multiple figures. You work on multiple figures at once, and the paint just gets a chance to set pretty much by default. Come on, there we go. Alright, so we've got our bit of Prussian blue in there. Wonder what we can do on this one with the Prussian blue. No, I want it to be more of the black there, so can't really do too much with that. Not going to do it here. Maybe I'll fill that in. And that one too. That really should be more of like a gold, but I'm going to do this anyway. No, I'll leave that, no, I'll leave that all be the gold there. So let's see what we can do on this one. Here we have some alternating gold and blue here. Hey there, Negative Charisma, how you doing? So Negative Charisma, it's been a few weeks there. I hope that you're doing very well. Painting some Mantic Empire of Dust figures, so you'll be, well, one way or another, you'll be seeing these in the Mantic booth, that's for sure. Alright. Anything else with the... No, because we're going to leave that more towards the black then. Which means, again, to give that a rest, we're going to switch over back to fooling around with the indigo stuff. Here we're going to start to lighten that up a little bit here. Now, Negative Charisma, hopefully that goes well. Well, if you wanted to share anything in the chat there, please go ahead. Going to get, let's do a little bit of this lighter stuff here on the top of his head, trying to keep that as dark as we can, though. I suppose I really should get a little bit more of the Prussian blue out on the front part of his head. We'll do that later. Don't have to be hasty right now. And now that means we got to go up here. And again, this will probably look very light. However, it is not actually all that light. We just, since it's right next to basically almost straight up indigo there, it's bound to look very light. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Negative Charisma just posted. So a little bit of Golden Demon entry there. Hopefully it's well, we've been having some fun with it, right? Because that's like we talk about all the time. That really is the most important aspect of it. It really does need to be fun. And as long as it's fun, that really is the most important thing. Again, I'm just going to chuck that on there. And just start pushing it around with the other brush. Yep, this is the one. So we'll let him sit aside and we'll grab this one now. So again, everybody please check out the link to the fabulous Golden Demon entry that Negative Charisma posted. So Negative Charisma, good luck with that. Hopefully you can have some success with that, and hopefully you'll enjoy seeing it in the display cases, of course. Let me get this. Take that blending brush to it again. Let me see if I can get at least a little bit of our not object source lighting color on there. So again, Negative Charisma, I'm glad that you were able to have some fun with that. Sticking with the gold. Yeah, fine. We'll just stick with the gold on that other stuff. This guy here. Mostly there. That's... Oh, and up here too. Okay. So that is a slightly different bluish gray that we'll be doing there. And then there's all the little sneaky snakes that are all over these guys here. I have to figure out just what we want to try and do with those guys. Not really sure just yet. That's fantastic, Negative Charisma again. Yeah, being able to see it there in the case, see everybody else's, and getting a chance to talk about it and such. So that's fantastic, and I'm glad that you didn't really have to kind of do the last minute rush or anything like that. That is good too. Let me catch a little bit more of the light up there. I need to actually got to backtrack a little bit here on our indigo. You know what? That probably doesn't get too much of the orange all the way up there. And I need that actually to be somewhat on the darker side so that my the glowing eyes actually stand out. I'm Glad that you're back there, Bithron. Hopefully you were able to achieve a good solid snack there. It's going to be a while before I can do something like that. Okay. Well, hopefully the base is. Hopefully you got some good ideas for that. Basing is well, as you can see, basing is something that I really enjoy doing. I don't want to go too late with. If I go too late with this, again, that source sliding. You can turn object source lighting into object source shading pretty darn quick, actually. Doesn't take all that long. Yeah, actually, I don't want to go quite that route, so it takes some of that away. Gonna throw more of our get that lighter bluish gray up here. I can always still go back with my indigo, maybe even mix a little bit of the Van Dyke brown in there to make it even darker. You know what? That is just going to be changed back to the, instead of the gold there, I'm going to change it back to some to the blue. So we'll have to come back again with our darker indigo there. Not a big deal. Not gonna fuss about that. Might still try to put a little bit of rust or something on that spear that's sticking out of the ground. Those are Make It Epic basing bits. It's pretty much what's on all of these. And oh, actually, okay, that's why that doesn't make any sense, because that's not quite where the eye is supposed to go. All right, well, we'll do that again. Not a problem. No big deal. Blending brush again, because hashtag no layers, of course. We get a little bit of a tiny bit of the reflected light there, maybe. Not sure if that's how we want that to go. Might still make a change there again. I mean, all the object source lighting on this guy was a total change. That was not even going to be there at first. Well, negative charisma, that basically the more you do the stuff, just inevitably you just get faster. You come up with systems and such, and next thing you know, something that took a few hours takes only 1 hour, and then less, and then less. I see. I spy with my little eyes here a little bit of this skelly friend that also, yes, I know he's got some object source lighting on him, but we have to do a little something on him there, okay? Because otherwise, alright, that's a little better, and then we have to do something on the handles of the spears there too. Come on, let me get a little bit of, there we are. Let me see, try some more of this. I might need to, well, let's see, I think we actually have some green in there. might just have to see if I can't get some of our Indian yellow up here so that it's not all this, it's almost looking more like bronze at this point, which is fine, I'm also maybe going to get some more of the fast matte white out here too. Is that a little, that's a little scarab right there, that's what that is. Right along these feathers, sort of ish. Actually, that doesn't need to be object source lit there because that is facing away from it. So we will take some of that away. Go more towards our gold there. Yeah, I might try to get some of the radiant green up here. So yeah, I'm hoping that I can see the Dice of War. No, not Dice of War. Sorry, it's a Baron of Dice. Sorry, Dice of War. Those are our Australian friends, also that do spectacular historical dice. Yeah, dice. All of my bolt action armies, they have tons of Dice of War stuff on them. All right, let me do a little more here. Maybe that didn't go exactly where we wanted it, so we'll just take that and remove a little bit of it. Yeah, now this is a cast miniature here, so it's not 3D printed. So there's mold lines and other things happening here, which is bound to happen on cast miniatures. That's fantastic. There, negative charisma. There are some dice I see that they practically have like a fluid on the inside, and it looks like a painting on the inside of the dice. There's some really spectacular artistic dice out there. They used to pop up in my Instagram feed all the time. I'm sure now that I just mentioned it, they will again. I bet you anything. Now, after we do this with their golds, I think now I can go back in with the Prussian blue and start doing some of the lighter aspects there too. Yes, I can. Just needed to do this first. Can't let that Prussian blue have a chance to set. Oh, and by the way, this is still 2 hours and 17 minutes in. That is it. That is the extent of the time that we have been working on this here. Let me see if I can start to think about some somewhat lighter stuff here too. Well, we've gotten pretty much our latest light there, but now I've got to get some of these little rings over here, I think. And remember, I will be coming back with some Indian yellow here, and maybe even Indian yellow mixed with some of our violet or asphaltum, and essentially do kind of a glaze type of a thing there. Here, let me get a little bit more of just the regular light there. Electric Uncle Trash. Well, when I get a chance to see what the miniatures look like, I'll come up with some ideas then. Obviously, if other folks have seen the link there, and they could also give you some ideas. Well, like Riot Sister, there you go. that's another one of those sneaky snakes over there. I might just take some of the phthalo green and hit some of those. Just with some glazes, that is. Get a little, maybe a touch of regular reflected light there, maybe. Too much. Subtract. And then come back at it again. That's much better. No. Let me get the top of the shoulders here if I can. One more time. A little bit more of the light there too. And then after this one here, then I'm going to try and get to that Prussian blue stuff to lighten that up. Lighten this up here too. Oh, there's another little scarab there. So there's little scarabs and snakes all over these guys. That's what that is. I was thinking that was a chunk of resin. No, that's actually a little scarab there or something. What are we doing here? Yeah, more of this. Ow, definitely need to get that line. And there's not, well, because his head is turned, so I can't really do that one over there. So some of the green and, of course, some of that Indian yellow should really make a difference in some of this stuff. But what did we start with? We started with all the source lighting. We began. Actually, we still have to get our lightest light there in the object's source lighting. Haven't even done that yet. Don't want to lighten those things up too much just yet. We've got these little angled bits here. That's not where we want that to go, so we'll take that away too. Now this one, it looks like they have chariots. I only just very briefly looked. Obviously, when I tried Kings of War, that's when I still had the Tomb King's army. And again, that was an earlier version of Kings of War, so things were still in flux then. And that wasn't really the system for me at that time. You know what, I'll just go with the Radiant Turquoise to lighten up our Prussian blue over here. So let's get this now up here. And trying to do a little bit of light to dark fade here on the Prussian blue. More there. Don't have to worry about any of the orange getting in there, but yeah, you can. There's to see that color temperature difference there. Also a little bit more of a saturation point than, say, the indigo around it. It's not as dramatic as, well, say our source lighting, right, with a really intense orange and such, but still there. There is a bit of a saturation difference. Oh yeah, let's not miss these. And then as we get a little bit lighter with that, the Prussian blue, that should really stand out. Now here we were doing the indigo there, so I might just do a tiny little touches some of the Prussian blue here, but that's it. Not too much. Yeah, the rest I think we'll leave for indigo. This one, yes, has the Prussian blue over here, and then we'll do another round. Probably still sticking with the, yeah, with the radiant turquoise, I think. Because it won't just make it lighter, it'll also give it that little extra punch of saturation to it. We need to get some more of our gold stuff down there as well. Alright. That's here, and maybe we will extend that across there. Real quick here. This has some of our, well, this is kind of the dingier gold on it, and that's what I need down here. Just some of the dingier stuff, and then this is mixing with what is there. Yep, there. Okay, that's it. So you can see there's still a bit of a light and dark thing there. Alright, I'm going to go back to this guy here, and now we'll start to maybe do some, again, the lighter Prussian blue stuff here. Come on. Not just on the top edge there, but a little bit further down. Turn you around this way. And we'll do this. Here. Some of that up there. Okay. Trying this down here, getting a little bit more of the lighter Prussian blue there. It certainly has a little bit more intensity to it than that indigo. Wow, yeah, by a lot. Let's see if I can't get a little smidge of reflected light down there. Do this. More of that here. Okay, we'll let you have a chance to set. And then we'll also then try to get to the glowing eyes as well. We want to do that. And as we're just about at 2 hours, 28 minutes. Not bad for doing not one, not two, but 3 miniatures all at once. You can really see the advantages of doing them all, and not just the speed of it, but I can kind of compare one to the other, and well, that's when I saw right away, since I was working on them all at once. I said, you know what? Why don't we just change tack and have this this guy in the middle have just basically get the source lighting from the two guys on either side of him. I'll see you later there, right, sister? Thank you so much for being here. Again, safe travels to Adepticon, of course. I'm sure we'll be seeing you before then, though. We've got, now let's see, our Monday stream, then Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That would, I think we'll just go back in with the indigo there. In fact, a little bit of light here. this guy does not really have very much of the Prussian blue on him, does he? Nope, not really. Even this is not. This is nowhere near white. This is gonna look really, really, really light on here. That is not white. That's just the straight up radiant turquoise. Definitely not white. I think I'll try and do the, yeah, maybe get the glowing eyes, whatever. Then I'm going to try and do some of the Indian yellow sort of semi-glazed stuff that I wanted to do. And there will ultimately be little tiny flashes of our fast matte white on there. Nope, nope, nope. Back up here, back up there. I mean, this is not even, that's just basically a light middle tone, not even a highlight there. So we'll let you set. Grab my other. This is that's my newer spotter brush. Now this is broken down nicely here. And we'll get the eye in the spot where it's actually supposed to be. Much better. This guy, his eyes are really, really tiny here. Still, I'm going to go at least one more push lighter on his eyes. Well, that's, yeah, hopefully, Riot Sister, again, anytime you want to share something in the chat, you know, that's always fine. I might, we're going to maybe change that a little bit to some of this orange. And again, this is not the lightest we can go here either. You can certainly go a little lighter. Did we do all three? Yes, we did. So I'm going to get some more of the fast matte white out here for sure. Where is that going to go? Just throw that in a couple of spots there. Really could have used a little more than that. Okay, where's my Indian yellow? Tiny little touch of the floral orange in there. And one little spot of lightness there. Yeah. See if we can do the same on this one. Right there. Thank you so much, Armor Wolf, for putting the links to the YouTube and the Instas. Again, the YouTube channel. I will sometimes take the sessions that we do here and break them down to something maybe about half as long. And we'll throw those up there. Of course, obviously, there's the Patreon page stuff too. But yeah, I'll take the Twitch sessions, and if it's like a 5-hour session, I'll cut it down to more like 2.5. This one right now is, well, it's only 2.5 hours anyway. We're only just now at 2 hours 34 minutes. And I see it's 12:43 here, so something tells me I guess it's going to be 2 o'clock here, it will instantly magically become 3 o'clock. I am going to yeah, we need to push this over. And then, of course, too, there's the greens that I was hoping to add on some of the snakes there. So that is, I think everybody has their lights in the odd. Yes, they do now. Okay, good, good. Indian yellow and some of the asphaltum. So that is a whole different tone right there. Because if all I do is make it kind of an orangey color, it's just going to look like the object source setting. So we needed this to have this get a little different tone to it. We want it to be darker. Also remember Indian yellow. It's a super thick color. However, it is also super translucent. And that's kind of what I'm depending on here, because I'm not really doing a glaze. It's like a dry glaze. So as I do this, it's super translucent. So I'm just brushing this on, and what happens is the colors underneath they'll shine through. Holy smokes! There's Trashorama. How you doing? Trash definitely nowhere near ready for that. There's tons of terrain to paint for Adepticon. There's a bunch of stuff to paint for Mantic. We'll be seeing the what are those Halo figures? Yeah, from Mantic. That's probably this coming Saturday, I guess. Hey there, Landrast. So Landrast, hopefully the RPG session was fun, and again, I'm glad you picked up the extra players, because this way you can actually go ahead and do those. So Trash Room, I don't know if you've seen all of the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain that's been going on. Where's our piece from last night? So that is last night's right there. And I think I've got 8 of these to paint for Adepticon. We've done tons of the little kitties. We've done 6 of these little guys. And 2 of the big guys. So glad that you've been able to do that, Landrast. Again, I know for a while it was sparse pickings for actual players there. So glad that was fun. So Trash, well, hopefully you've been having some good success with your painting there. I don't know if you've seen all of the a lot of Tomb King stuff, 3D printed stuff from Titan Forge, Highland Miniatures, and also the Bretonians. Now this, I think, is where this will really start making that difference. Yep. That's already starting to make a bit of a difference here. Gonna get me some of that over here too. Again, this is almost a bit more like a pinline wash. We're kind of using the asphaltum there. Again, that's going to give it a little different color vibe. It's not really about darkening that. It's more about just kind of shifting the color in a different direction. Boy, Trash, it would really be great to see them at Adepticon, of course. That would be fantastic. So yeah, hopefully they can work their way up there. Because it was, I always liked seeing them in the dealer's room. And I think that in Fort Wapple they still have the paint rack there from Reapers, so that'd be nice too. Oh yeah, look at that. See a big difference there in the color tint. Yeah, well, especially since I won't be able to get down there, it'd be nice to see him up here. More of that here, maybe a bit more of the asphaltum too. Yeah, a bit more of that. Now, this will be a little tricky here. Don't want to go too crazy, but this... That's too much of the liquid on there. We'll take some of that liquid away. Remember, this stuff is super translucent as it is. Okay, there we go. But before I forget though, here, let me take this. Oh, there's a little scare there. That's what that is. Darken some of this up too. Now, and then ultimately we will I'll get into this with some of our latest white as well. Now back to the Indian yellow in here again, just to try and tint that old different color there. So trash, well actually what is it? Oh, the fire forged historical plastic Mongolians are really nice. But you have Kurzlook, you have Diwali. They both have. Medbury Miniatures also does. So Medbury Miniatures, Diwali, and Kurzlook. Now I haven't had a chance to actually put the Diwali ones together yet, or the Kurzlook ones, because those are new. The STL files I've used so far were the Medbury ones, and you can see those. I've got those up on the Instas, and they have everything. They've got the infantry, they've got the chariots, they got the horsemen. So yeah, again, that would be Midbury Miniatures, Kurzlook, Diwali. They all have, again, Candish horsemen, infantry, all that stuff. I haven't done enough over here with this guy yet. Let me get some more of this. Get some of the asphaltum in there to change the tinting of this. I want that to get down into those crevices. Not going to change the value of them. It's going to change the color. If anything, it might actually lighten the value in there a little bit, which is no big deal. Get a little bit more of that dark on the edge of this. And then out here too. Now I might play around. Yeah, let me get some of the darker indigos here, because we kind of went back and forth on this a little bit. So I'm going to restore some of the darkest dark in here. Yeah, just do a little bit of quickie pin line wash type stuff there. So yeah, unfortunately I haven't had a chance. I printed them out. I have not had a chance to put them together or paint them yet. And that would be the stuff again from Diwali and Kurzlook. But if you're just looking for actual historical Mongol horsemen, that would be you can get those again from Fireforged. Of course, it's just going to be the horsemen, whereas the 3D printed stuff, you'll have infantry, you'll have horsemen, chariots, you'll have all the different stuff. So you can see here, wait a minute. So those are the plastic one. Now, of course, the banners are the metal ones from GW, but those plastic horses there, those are the historical Mongols right there. And then there's a little that's from Medbury, obviously. And this is, oh, that's my old stuff there. Those are the, what was it, the conversions that we did. I try and darken that up a little. And I might do the same here on his ears. I think the darker we make this over his eyes, the more those are going to stand out, the glowy stuff. Now, usually Diwali, their stuff is the closest to, well, looks the closest to GW's. It tends to be kind of the most realistic. Medbury miniatures sometimes can be on the tiny bit stylized. Printing Goes Ever On can also be that way. I don't think he's done Candish stuff, though. I know he just did a whole bunch of dwarf stuff in his latest release. Let me switch over this way. Get a little bit of our not object source light on there. Again, a little scarab over there. Blending brush. Where? Yeah, okay, good. You don't have any of the red on there like I thought you did. I just got this is that, well, as I call it, radiant indigo. That's the super light grayish blue there. And that's maybe a little bit of the light there. Blending brush on that. Little touch of our light there. I'll put you aside, and let's start to mess around with this here. We have a whole bunch of stuff. Nope, not that. Since the other advantage of the oils, right, is you can practically erase them. Good luck doing that with the acrylics, of course. Now I want to see if I can't get a little touch of some light here on the hieroglyphs. Not very much. It's a little something there and a little something over there. And then here too. So I do have somewhere in there a big post about all the Candish chariots. And then some horsemen too. Somewhere on the Instas. A couple little light things also now on our Prussian blue here, like we talked about. Remember that last thing that we added on there was just all it was the radiant turquoise, nowhere near white or anything like that. There we go. I might, no, that might be too much. A little bit less on that brush. as always, less is more. More is way too much. Try and settle in for a little more of our light on this thing. This is the other thing we gotta see. I'll try the lighter stuff here, then I might go back with some of our dark too. So again, we're not even 3 hours in. That's less than an hour per miniature. Remember, these guys are on 40 mil bases, so they are not small. These are not hasty little hobbitses here. And we started out with the darker brown priming. Did lots of dry brushing, especially establishing the source lighting immediately. And by immediately, I mean it was the very, very first thing that I did. Didn't do anything else, just establish the source lighting. Now here, I'm going to see if I can maybe go a bit more towards something like a white here for this. That's not white. And as you can see, all I have to do is basically dry brush this stuff in, because it's not really a dry brush, right? It's mixing with the paint that's already there. Again, difference from the acrylics to the oils, this, right? That would just literally be a plain old dry brush over dry paint, whereas there, that is all mixing together. We shall try that on this one now. Same deal up there with the Prussian blue. That one also went a little sideways. Well, that's too monstrous of a blending brush. Let's get something smaller here. Take that down. There's that light that we need. Again, I could still, even from here, still get a little lighter with this highlight on our Prussian blue, but I don't think we need to. I think we'll take a pass on going lighter on that. Back to this lighter grayish blue here for some of these sharper edges. Hey there, Inganes, how you doing? Happy Sunday. So it's 1:01 here. So my guess is it's at 2 o'clock then when it's going to do the time change. Or is it 3? Or maybe it's later than that. I have no idea. All I know is that happens tonight. That's it. Well, today. And why 2 in the morning? Well, I guess I can understand why they wouldn't want to do it at midnight, because that would be a little difficult. I'm a big fan of not doing it anymore, that's for sure. I'm also fairly certain that there is absolutely no one that likes the time change. That just everybody wants to get rid of it. I don't think I've ever run across somebody that said, boy, oh boy, that is something I hope they keep forever. So it's still on my phone and on my computer, it still says 1:02 here. So we are on Central Time. Oh, never mind. I see what you mean, Night Whisper. Sorry about that. Fatigue. That's fatigue right there. I see where you're going with that now. Because I had to look over and go, man, did I not see that? Yeah, that's it, Bitron. I was like, well, wait a minute, those will do that automatically, but no, it's that was just Night Whisperer trying to confirm that it is probably going to be two. Needless to say, unless we're not streaming that day, we're gonna run up against the time change for sure. All right, that's those two. Did we do our? I don't think we did the lightest light yet. Ah, okay. Well, Night Whisper, if you need to get caught up on sleep because of the time change stuff, definitely don't stay up too late. Of course, again, I'm really glad that the oils have been working out for you and that you've had some initial success there. Let me see here, and let me get a little bit more of that now that I still have to think about. Was there another spear? Okay, those don't really. Well, this one does. Maybe need to get a little bit of that. We also have to say, hey there, Sarge. Boy, it's awful late, and well, I guess we both lose a critical hour of sleep, don't we? Ah, that's fantastic, Night Whisper. And of course, if you want to share your link again, oh, same thing there, Sarge. If you want to share your Harbinger of DK or the or your new guy, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Sarge. Hopefully your weekend has been okay so far, and I know that March is a weird month for you. Let's see, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back in with my darker indigo here very soon. Let's do that here. Okay, darker indigo. Yeah, Sarge, that's coming up in well 55 minutes for you and I. So in about an hour, it's gonna be 3 o'clock, and not 2 o'clock. So yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. Needless to say. Let me move this out of the way here. And I think I might just have to, yeah, I'm going to have to make that bit dark. Okay, there we go. I think now we've got this a little more figured out here. So there's a little bit of a Discord link right there. Everybody please check that out. And of course, please give Night Whisper a follow as well. Come on, there we go. We need that dark there. We need the same over here. That's still reasonably dark there. And then I will... No, I think I do have some fast matte white out there. I think we're okay. So yeah, Sarge, I'm definitely not looking forward to... I mean, it doesn't even matter an hour of sleep. I don't have a single hour to lose or a minute. There is too much stuff to do here. There's my blending brush there. Just take away some of the weird edges there. Now, let me see if we do... Yep, that is some straight up fast matte white. So I'm going to try and roll with this in a few places now to really get some decent lights. On these areas here. Because remember we did our little semi-glazy thing over the top of that with the Indian yellow. No, come on. A little more of that here, but we do have the source lighting down there. Remember, I still have to get some of the green there in the on the snakes or something along those lines. I thought that would be one nice little what we don't already have out here. So everybody check out the Cavalier Marshal. He is very, very cavalier. So everybody please check that out. Ah, there we are. That is what I needed there. But that had to be set up. Had to be patient. Not hasty little hobbitses. Yeah, because otherwise this really wouldn't make much of a difference. When in doubt, make things darker, right? If all you do is just keep making things lighter, eventually there's nowhere you can go because you can only go to, well, white. We can go to surface tension painting. How you doing, everybody's favorite Welshman? Surface tension, thanks for being here. Thanks for the bits. So surface tension, the bases for your sneaky snakes were fantastic. I really loved the composition of them there. And I mean, it looked like they were really kind of guarding slash protecting those canopic jars. And I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of very nifty object source lighting opportunities there too, surface tension. So those will be amazing. Surface tension, I now have the we got the chariots printed out. I'm not so sure I'm going to print out the Sphinx from Titan Forge because it's not really a war Sphinx. I mean, it could be interesting. It's just, I think, before Adepticon, not really something I will bother with. I actually printed out some of the Galadriel, basically the Queen's Guard. So we have it's like the super elite Royal Guard from the Galadriel printed now. The Cav also. Right now, I've got. That's what's printing now. That's right. I will maybe try to get some infantry from Highland Miniatures done. I also want to try and get some of the Bretonian regular Cav prepped. Yeah, surface tension, it makes complete sense. Of course, I apologize for any similarities. I don't think I'll be going with the scrolls, though I do have canopic jars from Make It Epic Basing. And I definitely will, obviously, we want to have some object source lighting, right? So we'll be working some of the sconces in there. But we'll also, what's the thing oh yeah, this bit here. So some of these bits from Titan Forge, I got a couple of these printed out. I'll definitely add those onto our Sneaky Snakes. Oh, that's right. I also have that Screaming Skull Catapult printed out. Geez, I still haven't put together the Casket of Souls. And of course, everybody, if you got your Casket of Souls, you want to share that too. That'd be fantastic. As opposed to, what's it? Oh yeah, one-page rules and the Handbag of Souls. The spiders, not the spider, the scorpions, those actually came out kind of neat. I have to say, they're way better than the GW scorpion. Oh my gosh. Even if that wasn't just an ancient metal thing. The Titan Forge Scorps are way, way, way better. Give me some light along the edge of that too. Now that's for sure. Great minds definitely think alike. At surface tension, we're about to have the time change inflicted on us. So it's 1:12 now. So at 2 o'clock, it becomes 3 o'clock. It's everybody's favorite Everybody's absolute favorite, right? This, actually, we're going to get away from the source lighting, maybe all the way up there, and go more towards our ambient light here. Let me get the highlight on the edge of these, right there. So surface tension, actually, these are from Mantic here. And after I started painting these guys, then I realized that they are a unit after all. And this one has this source lighting. So does this. And I went, well, why does the guy in the middle not have any source lighting? So now all three of them have that. So yeah, surface tension. I really would have thought it would have been more like the spring solstice, but apparently not. As I had a little more, even more light in there to really juice that up. Those skulls are on fire, that's for sure. Let me see if I can get a little more light. Speaking of the skelly friends here, little touch over here. Now these again are from Make It Epic Basing, our skelly friends here. He needs his lower jaw there. Now there's my little blending brush. Yeah, surface tension. We actually did paint this one up a while ago on stream, so I don't know if he's going to count as a large creature or single or whatever, but we'll do this as a unit for Adepticon here. Back to my fast matte white here. And let's start to hit this again. Now that we've got that tinting with the Indian yellow. And surface tension, well, there will be certainly more of the terrain as well. Let me hit some of them. That's another scarab over there. It's really weird surface tension after doing all of the, especially, let's say, the Highland miniature stuff that is so kind of classic, right? Then to be doing this. I actually do have some of the arch-villain stuff printed out too, but that's just something that I'll have to wait till after Adepticon. I don't have too many streams left, really. There would be potentially next Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And on at least one of those streams, I have to do the Halo stuff. That's also going to be from Mantic. Maybe, okay. That got a little bit light there. It's what Mr. Blending Brush is for, and I can just take some of that away. Yeah, surface tension, it's funny because I have to, obviously I want to replicate my old stuff, right? So they're going to actually have the blue for their skin, so I kind of have the opposite there. So yeah, I guess, let's see. Well, of course, the surface tension, you could try to do a pattern of some kind. I don't know how the scales are on those, if that would be something that would work with some kind of a pattern. No, I'm not coral snakes. Oh, cobras. That's it. So surface tension, maybe just look at some cobras or something like that. I know you'd had done some AI stuff there, trying to find some color ideas too. Let me see if I can snag a little bit of light up here. We're a little shy on some of that. Let's get some light in here. Oh boy, that's kind of a twixt and tween there. And I know what you mean. I've seen other figures like that where it's just enough to really have that big impact, like you say, but not enough to be able to make a freehand pattern even translate at all. Now this is the other one. I knew there was one where I wanted to get some of the lighter stuff down here. Yeah, that's more like it. That was all just a whole bunch of dark there, but we needed it to be set up anyway. So Sarge, hopefully the time change won't mess you up too much. It's definitely going to have a big impact here. It means our few hours of sleep might go down to 1 hours of sleep. That is most unfortunate. You get a little bit more of my light. You know what? Good. I do still have the asphaltum over here. Now we need to start thinking of stuff like this here. We'll get the radiant green into the asphaltum. And some of that's going to start to work its way into here too. See you later there, Electric Uncle Trash. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, it's 1:20 here, but again, it's going to hit that 3 o'clock hour soon enough. Yeah, I'm going to keep going with some of that here. There's another. Sit down. We already did these, sort of. This one. You even did a little bit of that over here too. Okay. Now also got to here. Let me get some of this. That's the radiant violet and the asphaltum together, just for a little touch of something here on the little pieces of the texture roller. Again, that is. Let me see if I good. I do still have some now. Usually I am using the. Wow, I really need to make some more of this surface tension. Holy smokes, that might get me 2 snakes. I mean, maybe I could get 3 out of this, but yeah, I gotta do some of that tomorrow. Holy smokes. Well, actually tonight. Electric Uncle Trash, thanks again for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah, surface tension. I couldn't tell you. Actually, I don't even remember what the. I almost said make it epic. What the Titan Forge ones are like. I think they have a fair amount of armor on them too, but I think they have much more, a lot more of the scales showing maybe than the one-page rules version. Let's do this here. Nope, that's going to be too light over there. I can just tell straight away. Let me get rid of some of that somewhere else here. Oh, like up here. Actually, that worked out just fine. This is the other way I can sometimes deposit some excess color when I just know it's going to be too much for one area. I'll actually kind of deposit some of it somewhere else. Now I think I can use that over here. Yep. All I needed was just a tiny little bit over there. Otherwise, that would have been way too much. So see you later there, Sarge. Again, I know it's super late. Sorry for the late start time. I think that's just gonna be how all of these streams are until after Adepticon. Now, there is a part of me that's thought about maybe starting a stream much earlier or something like that, and then just go in longer. Not sure how that might work. Maybe like a marathon to try and finish up a bunch of Adepticon train or something. Yeah, definitely surface tension. Ironically enough, that's kind of where I have to go with mine too, because that's what the old Tomb Kings were by my Susenes Silver Pharaoh, because well, obviously, sort of that Necron look. I do try to work in some of the others, like the magenta stuff, because I did do that with the other army as well. Because well, Zinch. Yeah, against surface tension, I'm sure it's going to look fantastic no matter what. I'll be curious to see, speaking of green object source lighting, there's a couple of character miniatures. They're on foot and also mounted. Those might be interesting to see with some object source lighting on them too. Let me, fine, I'll take some of the asphaltum, some of the Van Dyke Brown here. I don't think I'm going to do that as a pinline wash though. Because I don't think I really want to go too much lighter over here. If anything, I must have to have a cast shadow from his foot. That's actually what I'm going to do is actually going to just try and darken this here a little bit. Yeah, I'll try and darken that to give it almost more of a shadow there. And then you can see we're trying to get some of the orange to come through here. That's why I'm trying to darken this up so that that will show up a bit more. Alright, so we darken that now. Let me see if I can come back with some lighter orange over here. We'll try that. Mix that with this. Hopefully that's enough. Now, surface tension. What's funny is I don't even know where I've got the Lost Kingdoms stuff that I actually printed. I don't know if I know I printed horses and some infantry. I don't know if they ever did chariots or if I ever printed them. I don't even know when the Lost Kingdoms Tomb King stuff was. It couldn't have been all that long ago because that's when I started switching to the gray. And I might actually, ironically enough, need to get some more of that because I already opened up my last container, which just arrived, I think, yesterday. Okay, ooh, that's really very light there. Maybe that is what I'll just, yeah, that's about as light as I can go on that. Again, that's sneaking through there, right? Grand Oracle, I think it's still $23 right now. Again, that's the not gray extra firm. That is the gray Soraya simple. The Grand Oracle is going to paint the name of each historical unit on the bottom of each miniature stand in the unit because, of course, well, Grand Oracle, you have to do that. Actually, Grand Oracle, it sounds like you've actually had a chance to get into some of the miniature painting there this weekend, which is really fabulous. I know there was a couple of weekends there where it really was there was a lot of Boy Scout stuff. Yeah, actually, Grand Oracle, I stopped getting, as you can imagine, I stopped getting the PLA since that is all shut down for quite some time. Actually, oh, surface tension, one of the things I discovered as I was looking for, do I have one on here? Yeah. So this is the stuff from Green Stuff World. I actually featured this in a couple of my videos here. They did the die cut refrigerator style magnets, and I was able to find a Litco. All they did was 25 mil. Theirs were kind of the usual type, right? The thinner like that. But there's some where there's something, they're almost 5 millimeters thick. I think 3 to 5 millimeters thick. And now I'm thinking, my goodness, here I am buying 25 millimeter bases. I should just buy these 25 millimeter magnets. I mean, it's like it's a base and a magnet all rolled into one. Now I don't know what the power of adhesion is with those. The feedback, at least on the stuff that's coming here, seemed to be very positive. I did not really have a chance to look at this other stuff. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm glad that you're able to get that, kind of do that type of printing there, that specialty stuff. I really, it is ironic that, of course, I've got, I really wanted to print out those display things. Was that the Omni 3 or whatever? So yeah, surface tension, what I'll try and do is I'll send you a link, but Green Stuff World, actually, surface tension, you can just get it from Green Stuff World. That would be the better bet because they have, well, that as far as the smaller refrigerator magnets die cut like that. Obviously, all of my new stuff, it's going to be really easy, right? Because all I got to do is just cut them into squares and such. Oh, my geez, Grand Oracle, that's fantastic. Oh, Grand Oracle, I wanted to look at the printing goes ever on basically the treasure piles. Again, I haven't actually used any kind of slicer to actually slice off parts of anything, so that I don't really know how to do. That's, well, yet another post-Adepticon thing. And of course, well, Landrest has been doing some really nifty stuff with the movement trays where the little holes for the magnets are inset into the tray underneath and then into the bases on the figure on top. So they're you just stick in the little high intensity magnet there, the rare earth magnet, and boom. Yeah, surface tension, again, I think they have squares. I'm sure they have squares too. Now, they're not that super thick. That's, what would you, I think you have to say that's a millimeter thick. That's not 2 millimeters thick. But some of these other ones are huge. They're like 5 mil thick, which is literally the thickness of this base. So yeah, if you're getting stuff from GSW, they will have that. Obviously, I would have just gotten them from them, but it would take. There's no way it would get here in time for Adepticon. Now, let's get to these snakes over here. I have not had a chance to hit those yet. I'm going to get this brush out of the way. We'll just use this guy here, I think. So I got me some Silo greens. There you are. Might even throw a little bit of uh, yeah, some of our floral green. What the heck? Is that an? Oh yeah, that is. I can see it already. Wow. But I think I will let that floral green get in there and maybe make that a bit more. No, maybe a little yellow here. A little bit of the Indian yellow. That was getting a little bit too bluish. Now we've lost a little too much of the intensity, so back to a little bit more of the phthalo green here. Let's see. So a good way to get rid of the base. Oh, set the Z height. Yeah, that's right, Grand Oracle. Well, I know, yeah, you can't just set it that way because it'll. Well, actually, Grand Oracle, I guess I could just have it go under the, under the build plate, and when it says, "Do you, some of this goes off of the build plate. Do you wish to continue?" It'll just automatically get rid of that, right? It'll just cut it off. That's right. I don't even think I have to mess around with it. I just let it drop below. Although, well, yeah, okay, there's no supports there, so never mind. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll have to just. Well, again, that's not something that's going to happen before Adepticon, anyhows. Oh, yeah, there's another sneaky snake up here. Let's do these guys. Yeah, surface tension. That's the only ones I use the refrigerator magnets on, or are just the lightest of the resin ones. Because, well, the other issue is, right, you go to pick up your pick the miniature out of the case, and you have a miniature in your hand and a base in the case. Yeah, that's no bueno, right? We don't like that very much. I think I will probably take some of my darker green. I like that. Oh, perline black, that's it. To some of these other snakes out here. Don't want them to be too green. Are there any other ones that are not source lit here? No, that one's got source lighting on it still. This is our last one here. Okay, yeah, Grand Oracle. I'll have to just. I'm gonna have to look up a few vids and see what we come up with there. What's going on here? Yeah, some of this. Let's see. Also, Prusa has a very easy cut feature. Yeah, surface tension. I have not done anything in Prusa, but when I was trying to figure out troubleshoot the bamboo, there was a guy that did a video on the bamboo slicer, and he said that he normally used Prusa. So I'm sure he has plenty of vids on using Prusa. That wasn't how he pronounced it. He pronounced it differently. I'm sure there's probably some other pronunciation. Is there no? That one's gonna. I'm gonna stick with the object source sliding on that sneaky snake. Unless, oh, maybe this instead. Okay, that's what I'll do. Is I'm gonna take some of the asphaltum, add it to that. And that's gonna. Yeah, now it's not quite so much of a pure green. A bit on the stained side. Also a little bit darker. Yeah, surface tension. He kind of hinted at that. I think that's why he said he sort of liked it because it did remind him of Prusa. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I think I'll try those maintenance steps, right? Maybe try a different build plate, but it really does seem like the nozzle is touching the surface when it's doing all the different checks. And actually, yeah, when it finished the firmware up update, it asked if I wanted to do this whole suite of tests, and I did all those, and it said nothing was wrong. That's the weird part of all this. You know what? I'm actually gonna play with a little bit of that green over there on some of the darks in the metals there. Maybe even on this a little bit where we've got some of our gold here. All right. I think I'm going to go a little lighter on some of that too. Yeah, let's get back to this brush. Maybe I'll just roll with the Radiant Indigo here. There. And away we go. More of that light down here for sure. On the edge of that. And now as I put some of the light back in on the snakes, hopefully that sort of also gets tinted a bit towards the green. Not too much, but somewhat here. Let's get that snake there. This one down over here. They got the scarabs, of course. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I think it just needed to be done anyway, right? The firmware. Eventually, right? You gotta update that firmware. It's like you say the Windows updates, right? You can't escape those. Eventually, you just have to do them. And it certainly was easier to do that than to be taking things apart and blowing the dust and everything, or the compressed air through. Still have to try that. Although actually there is that the suite of tests. There was a test on the lidar. Yeah, that was one of the tests that it ran. All right, there's our light there. Oh yeah, let's see if I could take some of my perline red and got some of our violet here too, because that definitely needs a bit of a re-establishment of an edge there. Now that's actually just about a pin line wash right there. Let me see if that might work up there, and it does. Now there's another thing I have to do with him. I wonder if I can just use this again. That is the perline red, a little bit of our violet there. I'm trying to thin this down, but also not have it be a pinline wash. Because I got to take away a touch of this here. Those eyes are too thick. See if I get that top edge here too. Okay, there. And then now let's see if we can put some of this down in here. All right. Back to the later stuff again. Just a little bit of an interrupt there. So it's 1:44 here. We shall watch it turn into 3 a.m. Sadly enough. No. I almost went too late over there, especially since our source lighting is right on the other side of that. Surface tension, it's just like we did on all the kitties and such. It was just the dry brushing of the. Started out with the scarlet, I almost wanted to say Fanchon red, but no, it's the Naphthol scarlet. That's the alkyd color, and then obviously the fluorescent orange, of course, and then a little touch of the Hansa yellow. What else do we? Oh, and then we also had a little bit of Indian yellow in there just to make sure that the mix doesn't kind of lose that energy. It's wild to see how atomic those are. Even when I was doing the acrylic, it just was not really possible to get it quite that bright and intense. Just because, well, acrylics, of course, they just are not going to be as intense, as vibrant as the oils. Alright, well, we did that. I was tempted to throw a little bit of almost like a rust type of a thing on there, but don't know if I'm going to do that. What I am going to try and do back here, though, is to maybe get a bit of a shadow on his feet here, where the light's pointing that way. So we've got our... Yeah, I'm just going to use this. And we also have ourselves some of our Van Dyke brown here. That'll just be dry brushed here. Again, there's a shadow coming that way, and then also extending out that way too. So yeah, the green stuff world. Speaking of which, I mean, you can just get the fluorescent powders, right, and just turn them into whatever, and they have a whole bunch of different ones. Now I want to see if I can't. I want to get my dark, well, at least this right now on the edges of these to see what else do I need to do on those bases there. So let's try this. Down here. So I don't think I need to make anything any darker. Yeah, this is just plastic card that I cut with a very heavy-duty tin snips. And that just chops through this stuff like it's scissors through paper. I didn't do the same kind of beveling that I did on all of the Tomb King stuff. I just realized that as I'm doing this. I'm saying, why are they not beveled? And then I remembered, nope, didn't do that. So again, just working the dark here. That's really gonna be, it's gonna magnify this light. I might still go a little bit lighter over there actually with the object source lighting. I'll be putting the two of them next to each other to see really just how much of the light really does hit that. And I think it's fairly close. I think we got one more to do after this guy. Alright, that's all good. And then I'll ultimately be using the blackest black over the top of this, but for right now. Ooh, actually, let me just shove some of that in there. That's where I was in a big rush to try and get these guys based. Alright, there's that. So yeah, the old trick of the fluorescent powders and the linseed oil, and poof, you got yourself your own homemade fluoros. And that does it. Okay, so and then I'm gonna let that dry for a sec. I'm wondering, no, I don't think the orange really hits that. I might, ironically enough, put a little more dark around it though. Here, let me try this. And I think, yeah, we already have some of the dark on this brush here. So, okay, yeah, some of the dark out there. Now, which one? Okay, these are the two I need to put next to each other to see how much. Man, maybe not that much more. Maybe not. Now this, I'm gonna take that same deeper red here and tone some of that down. Also some of this. Some of this too. Same back here. Oh yeah, definitely over here. You must have dark to show the light, and that's what we're doing here. As we tone some of this down, that gets more intense there. Let me see if I can use this. Well, we don't really have a whole bunch of our lightest light left, do we? Quite literally scraping the bottom of the barrel there. Getting that as closest to where the light source is, so I just feel like here I should probably do that. Don't want it to have too much thinner in it, because woof, yeah, this will become a pin line wash too. Not just the darker colors that become pin line washes. Yeah, a little bit on that. That still has some yellow in it. It's not, by the way, not straight up white or anything like that. Okay, that is now starting to work a little bit better. I need to get a little bit more of the light here on the sword, though. Where's my blending brush? I'm going to take that and just going to pull that down like this. little bit of the light on that edge there. Fine, I'll get a little more light also on the edges of the rocks there. I think we need to do a little something different here. Let me take that, do some blending brush on that. Because there's not much going on the underside of this. And we need a little something there. I think I tried making that more of the blue. I'm just going to get some kind of mid-tone in there, I think. Also, these rings up here. Yeah, I want to hit this a little more, and I'm going to come back in with my darks, I think. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal a follow. So, Pascal, great to see you again. And of course, Pascal, if you want to post pictures of your latest project there, that's looking fantastic, of course. So, everybody, please give Pascal a follow. So, Pascal, we've been painting these three guys, and an interesting little one because the guy in the middle has no light source on his base. However, since he's part of the unit, right, the light sources on the other two bases impact them. So yeah, so he's got some light on him too. So again, everybody, please check out the fantastic project there by Pascal and give Pascal a follow as well. Hey, there's Scrap Metal Dragon. Nice to see you back too. Happy Sunday to you. Need to lighten this up a little there too. Again, this is a very, very, very light yellow. We kind of need to do this because, well, our fire is right next to it. So, I'll try and lighten this up too. So again, everybody, please check out the link that Pascal just posted, and of course, give Pascal a follow. And a little bit more here. So yeah, these are from Kings of War, some Empire of Dust from Mantic. No, 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 no. More of the Prussian blue in that, okay? Yeah, I don't really think too much of the red really gets up that far. I try and lighten up my blue a little bit there as well. See if I can maybe find a little more reflected light on that. Not too much though, it's getting close to too much. And this one too. And here. Okay, what's going on back here? That's a little bit rough. We're going to try and tone some of that down. Maybe a little bit of the Prussian blue over here. And of course, well, here's our Dark Queen Galadriel. So now we have the full story of why our Lothlorien elves look so wintry. And eventually we'll be seeing the Cav on here, and of course the Galadrim Guard, the more elite. We'll be seeing those too. Oh, Sentinels, that's the other thing. I knew there was something else. There's some Sentinels, and I think I've got... Yeah, I think I can just... Doesn't all have to be Dandelion and Middle-earth. I think I have some other stuff that could probably serve as sentinels, because I think those are also in the Lothlorien army. I think I have seen the Lothlorien army also allied with eagles, because that's my old Galadrim army used to have Gwahir in it. Alright, see you there, and hopefully, let's see, that would be, well, I guess that would be our Monday stream, so you're Tuesday. So see you later there, Surface Tension. Let me do this. And, oh, yeah, we never did get the lighter edge on this here. Let's do that. So it went back to the, what I just keep wanting to call my Radiant Indigo there. That's the Ice Blue from Richardson. I'm going to see if I can't get a little bit of light on the edge of that too. Yeah, I think that makes a bit more sense since it really is facing up towards the light. Yeah, I'm going to have to get that a little lighter too. As the lighter that gets, the more sort of gemstone-ish it's going to look. Now this is sort of in shadow here, but I still need to get some kind of shape over there. A little some kind of edge, whatever. Now, there's some of my green left. Well, sort of. For that little snake there, there's just snakes all over the place here. There's another one over there. I think they're actually just kind of emerging from these guys. Got back to my very light gray once more here. So, yep, sure enough, it is now 3:01 in the morning here. Which that now puts Armored Wolf 4 hours behind us. That is insane. So we appreciate Armored Wolf being here, and of course, everybody, please check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page for all the amazing dice bags, of which there are now many more amazing dice bags. Just go and check those out. All of that is hand cut, hand tooled, painted, everything, and all the metal work also. Maybe throw a little, there we go, a little bit more of our blending brush action there. And then this stuff too, what is, I'm going to change that to something more like gold. So I need this stuff over here that's kind of very much set, but that should be just enough to start pushing that more towards the gold. A little bit more of the asphaltum maybe, and then we'll just can get that away from the grayish white. Alright, there we are. Now let's see if I can take the Indian yellow and our ice blue. Let's mix those together. That's going to be fairly bright for sure. Just getting some reflected light here. Also there. More more of our light this way. Let me see what we have here. Well, I'm just going to have to use my green light because the red one I think is a little bit on the, I don't know, there's a little something, a little juice left in there. I'm going to maybe, well, let's do the darker stuff first here. Let's do that first. When in doubt, we will make this darker here. Also over there. So add a bit of the dark. Now I might come back with some of the light here. There's some of the orange, some of our yellow here. Is that opaque enough? We shall see. Yeah, it is opaque enough. I might add a little more of the white to at least over here, because that's really close to where our light source is. Something like that, okay. Yeah, let me just use a little bit of my lighter yellow there. That's is that light enough on the edge of that? Okay, it is. You know, I might still try to catch a smidge more light here on the floor. Oh yeah, over there too. I mean, the fire is essentially kind of right next to where the flooring is, so it makes sense, I suppose. And now here, I've got to... I'm trying to get a little bit of the edge illuminated here. But that's a shadow over there. I don't want that to get too light. I think that's about as light as I can go over here, yeah. Hey Zelica, how you doing? Everybody please give Zelica a follow. So Zelica, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So we've got an interesting little unit right here. So 3 hours and 57 minutes ago, these three guys had no paint on them. So there we go. And there we go. Trying to line them up here for you. There you not quite. Alright, there. It's about as best as we can line them up. So there's the three guys. And again, they were just a dark brown primer. Obviously still doing the oils like usual. But this middle guy didn't have any source lighting on him. And then I went, well, wait a minute. He is literally right next to this. How is that not influencing that? And then here, same deal. Right, actually I'm just going to take that piece off right there. And yes, well, it's right next to that light. How does that not do anything over there? So again, everybody please give Zelica a follow if you can, if you're not already doing so. So yeah, now it is 3:07 in the morning here because, well, time changes. Now let me see if I can get some of the dark up in here. Got actually some of the indigo there. That's almost going to be like a pin line wash in some places here. So thanks, Zelica. Yeah, and of course, well, where's our piece of terrain here? That's what we painted last night. That was pretty fun. That was 3-ish hour stream, maybe 3.5 hours or so. And these are from Mantic. These are not 3D printed, although there's a ton of 3D printed basing bits down here. The column, Skelly Friends, that sort of stuff. That is all 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. And there, okay, that works. Now, what about back here? That is going to definitely need some of our very light gray over here. There we go. And again, this is all this is still wet. All the oils that are underneath there, while they have set pretty well, they're still wet, which means I can take Mr. Blending Brush right here, and that's going to merge with all the stuff that's already there, especially where maybe it's going to be tough to reach in certain areas. Now we just get a nice easy blend there without having to work very hard here. I need to maintain the dark over there. So we step away from that a little bit and we move back over here. We also have to maintain some dark. Tempted to throw a little bit of a rust or something on these guys, but not super sure about that just yet. Might get some of my orange over there. First, though, is almost kind of doing a bit of a blending brush over here, too. Even though this has a little bit of paint on it. You know what? That actually could use a little bit of light. I'm sure, yeah, we could use some over here, too. Still doing some of those dry brush type strokes, right? That's less is more. More is always way too much with the oils. And I'll let that mix with the indigo that's already there. We got more of the snakes there. See if I can throw in just a little something underneath here. And again, what that's doing, that's mixing with all the stuff that's already there. It's just making that a little bit, teensy bit lighter. Gonna go the opposite way. And again, that's just some gentle dry brushing there. Let me grab some of my orange over here. Because, well, unfortunately, there's an air bubble right there. So again, these are not 3D printed. These are cast figures. So, and they're resin, not plastic. Okay, there's my little bit of the orange that goes there, and maybe a teensy bit down here. Try and work a little bit of that over there too on, I guess this is belt. Yeah, it's belt. Now, what about, oh, that's a snake. That's what that is. I'm thinking that is a really weird thing for his knuckles. But that's actually the snake there. So we're gonna get some more of our light on him. So yeah, hopefully we can enter these in the Mantic painting contest. I know this would be considered a unit, but I don't know if this will be considered large creature or single. No idea. And then of course we've got all of our Armada ships. So we'll just have to pick one of those. Or whatever. Possibly either one of our Twilight Kin ships or Northern Alliance because of all the free handy stuff on the sails. Just trying to reinforce the orange. That was getting a little bit too yellow. That probably should be a little lighter down in here too. So just right in there. Maybe a little more light right next to where the scaly friend is. Yeah, Zelica. Now, fortunately, it's a little bit easier with the Mantic stuff, I think. They just don't have as many different things. And there's no unwritten rules. That is the nice thing here. As I discovered the hard way when so I had this was one of my units here. I had this, and then that's when I discovered the hard way that if you don't use basically GWIP, right, as in the usual Space Marine chapters, you can enter them no problem. It's just they have no chance of getting anything, not even a pin or anything like that. So yeah, all of these here, that was what, 2022 or something like that. Yeah, those I could put them in there, but they did not do anything because I didn't realize that anything that is in there, you can paint Space Marines, and you better get all of the insignia exactly where they're supposed to go and exactly the way all the books show it, because otherwise not gonna end well. Which is fine. It's that was not done specifically for Golden Demon. That was done for something else. So it was all good. The painting contest thing, that really, I just don't have time for it. If there was more time, I would try and mess around with that more, but there is no time for that, unfortunately. We will throw our conquest stuff in the resin beast, though, because we have ourselves a unit of these Wardoon riders here, so we'll be trying to spruce those up a bit, and then we'll put those in there. Let me see. Let me take. What are we looking at here? This is the one. That's the one I'm looking for. That's still got some of our initial dry brush stuff there. That's pretty hilarious. And of course, again, Zelk, if you want to post any links to things that you've been doing on stream and such, that'd be fantastic. I did do the black along the edge there. Well, again, we'll use our blackest black. I always kind of do the other stuff first. Grab me this guy here, and we're gonna go with maybe some Van Dyke Brown and Perline Red. Come on, more of the Van Dyke Brown here. A little more, because we need a couple of, yeah, like over here. And especially on this other side over here. No problems there, like oh, here, let's go this way. That should also be darker. A little shadow there. more of that Van Dyke brown. Okay, that's a lot of Van Dyke brown. Over here, oh, that's too much there. No problem. Got a blending brush. We'll just take some of that away. Next, I'll mix a little bit of indigo in that, which will turn it even more of a brown. Okay, and there's our shadow right over there. Hey there, Denethor. Thank you so much. He's I see we got one of my favorite things, besides tomatoes, of course, but fire. He's like, dude, that's mine. It's like, yeah, but you should share that with me. It's like, dude, you smell kind of funky. He's like, oh yeah, that's the oil. It's like, are you supposed to pour that all over yourself? It's like, if you want to light this candle, that's what you got to do, baby. Thank you so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. So, Denethor, nice to see you again. Oh my goodness, that's the last of our. That is the last of our medicine there. Now, how's about. I know rust in the desert, right? Whatever, but we're gonna do it anyhow. So we'll take this. We got Terra Rosa over here. Thin that down, but that's going to definitely need some of the Van Dyke Brown over there. Otherwise, that will just look like our firelight. So here we go. Just boing. There. There's another thing that's this over here. So Denethor, great to see. Hey, Denethor, if you wanted to share your share what you've been painting there, I know you were able to do that last time. You want to share that? Please go ahead. All right, so that's got a little bit of the rust on it. This has so much of our firelight on. I don't want to do too much of that. Maybe we'll even do a little bit on our Skelly friends here. So thanks, Bitron, for doing that clip. Appreciate that. Again, you come for the painting, but you stay for the puppet shows. Now that sounds like there was some work involved with that Denethor, for sure. So Denethor, yeah, these are from Mantic here for Kings of War, Empire of Dust. Of course, oh yeah, that's right. We have our Empire of Dust ships. Remember, we did all of those. Oh, let's see, where did they? Oh, I think I moved them all the way up here. Well, there's some of them right there. Oh, of course, well, there's our elf ships. Oh, some of our Basilean ships. But where did my... Oh, there's the orc fleet. So there's the orcs. Where did my Empire of Dust go? They're around here somewheres. So yeah, Empire of Dust. That was very fun. We did I think just about all, except for the little tiny slave ships or something like that. We did just about all of the Empire of Dust stuff. There was a couple of other sort of mid-range ships I think that I still needed to do. So Denethor, yeah, if you want to share that, you know how much we love our sculpting here. Let me get a little bit more of the light along here too. So let me see. So 4 hours, 13 minutes ago, again, these guys were paint free. They were blank canvas miniatures. And then they became tainted with colors. And now they can't just be anything they wanted to be. Now they have to be this. I might still try to lighten that up a little bit under there. Just reasons. also, I'm going to take some of my darker indigo here. As much as I was wanting to have that reflected light there, I'm not so sure that does what I want it to. That, I think, is definitely better there. So everybody please check out the Discord link that Denethor just posted. Now, there's a little bit of brushstroke maintenance, right? Well, we're 4 hours in, so that means we can get in there just with our blending brush, right? And start to get rid of maybe some weird little edges or something that we see, brushstrokes. Let me see what we can do over here. Do I need to go back with some of my dark there? I don't know. I don't think there's any... No, you won't do that. I am going to get some of my later Prussian blue over here, though. So Denethor... Let me see. I think the Colossus did take longer to sculpt than the Hyro Titan. I think the Hyro Titan was first, though. But yeah, I think the Colossus took longer. So let's get up to our Tomb King's army here. This is the old Tomb King's army from 2014. So there you go. That's almost the whole army. It's not quite everything. Well, we did a lot of sculpting on that too, but so there you can see the Hyro Titan is on the left, the Colossus is on the right, and you can that's a 50 millimeter square base, so you can see they are not very tiny. We also sculpted the birdies, the sphinxes, and the screaming skull catapult. But I think actually, yeah, the Colossus took long, well, because of the bow. That's it, yeah, because of the bow and the quiver and everything. Yeah, I think that's what it took longer to sculpt that. And there's another little view of him right there. So I think there was more stuff on him. I think it took longer to sculpt him. Of course, well, now we've printed out the new one. Oh, that's the one I'm looking at. Like, why does that not have blue on it? Because a different one of our Lethal Shadows brushes there. Which again, we will have at Adepticon. See, we're missing some of our blue there. A little bit of that on his ear there, and also over there. So Zelica, it will depend on the colors that you use. Now, if you're using a lot of cadmiums and lots of, say, titanium white or something, that's going to take a while. These guys should be mostly dry by tomorrow. A lot of the terrain pieces were pretty much dry the next day. I think this one was just about dry. Our Galadriel here, the next day. Sometimes they can even dry just in a matter of hours. But really, I don't bother putting any varnish on them because the oil paints are so rugged that they can really take a hit. We know a bunch of folks that they have taken their armies to multiple tournaments, did no varnishing or anything like that, and they're just fine. Now, sometimes the oils do get a little bit shiny, like the phthalo colors will do that, and I'll just lightly brush on a little bit of the anti-shine, and that is it. But you would want to wait, ideally, several days after it's dry. That would definitely be a good approach to take. Get back up to my and the Perline red here. So yeah, that's another thing that I love about the oil paints is they're super rugged. That's why I use them on terrain especially. So yeah, I don't really worry about doing the the varnish type stuff. Almost never do that. But there are some oil paints that, again, they low color certain reds and stuff. They can be on the shiny side when they dry. And in that case, that's when I'll hit them with the Army Painter Anti-Shine. Finally able to get this line to continue across the blade. That's the thing that really makes this a little crazy, is that it continues across that front of that blade. And of course, the other thing too is it will, if you follow the less is more and more is way too much, then it's also, it'll take a little less time to dry. But if, again, especially folks that are new to the oil paints and they're thinking about it like acrylics, then they'll get a bunch of paint piled up on there, and it can take a long time for things to dry. Just because they've got way more paint on there than they actually need. The oils are very easy to spread around on the surface. That mural that I did, what was it, 134 inches by 90 something inches, and it took very little actual oil paint because I was just spreading that so thin all around the wall. They couldn't believe, they thought I was going to use several tubes of oil paint, and they could barely tell which tubes I actually used because we used that little oil paint. But again, that's something that just kind of happens with experience with it. Just like anything else. Let me see if we can, yeah, let's get a little bit of our light there and maybe something here. That is our light blue, not so much with the gold there. Now let's get back to a little bit of the indigo here. Switch this around, there we go. And remember, this thing here, when it initially started it, I wasn't thinking object source lighting, so we were able to immediately alter that. That's the other great thing about the oil paints, right? Very easy to make those changes. I mean, if you wanted to, you could practically wipe the paint away. We have done that several times, especially with, say, freehand. That didn't quite go the way we wanted it to. Yeah, doing freehand stuff so much easier with the oils. That's for sure. Now, let me see if I can't take a little bit of that and maybe, yeah, here we go. Our radiant violet. Right here on the top of this. Because it can't all just be dark down in there. Also here we need to get a little something reflected there and on the other side too. Yeah, Denethor, it's and of course there we were talking earlier that there's kind of that one miniature, right, that where it just kind of clicks, whether it's just the right miniature or whatever. So well, in it over time, right, it will eventually, does eventually dry. Yeah, Denethor, that is the #1 sign that you're definitely getting a handle on all the oil stuff when it does not take a super long time to dry. No matter maybe even no matter what you might happen to be using, then you really know, right? That is when you know you're starting to get that figured out. Now here again, this is just, I'm not pulling at it, I'm tapping it straight up and down. What is that doing? That's, speaking of getting rid of paint, that's actually getting rid of excess paint. We're not mixing any colors together. All we're doing is tap, tap, tap like this. And that just basically gets rid of some of the brush strokes there. So now that it is spring, I guess it's going to get even lighter now in the mornings here. Holy smokes. Or no, will it? No, I think because it was getting to be light at, geez, at 6 o'clock. So yeah, now it'll only be getting light at 7. Okay. Well, that is one good thing that it won't be getting light so quickly. So Zelig, it was 3:33, but we had our time change, so it should be 2:33. Instead, it is 3:33. But unfortunately, yeah, the sun it starts coming up at about 6 or so, and well, that's when you're going to bed. Well, more like 6:30, because typically after this stream, I have to go take care of some prints that I'm sure will be just about to be finished or maybe already done, and then a whole bunch of other stuff. So yeah, it's when the stream is done, that is not the end of the day. It keeps going. So yeah, I was well, Grand Oracle. I think because I hadn't really been up at 6:30, 6:40 this much ever really. So that's why I was just seeing more of it. I think this is really getting insanely late here, really early. Sorry about the brain freeze there. There's not much left of the brain anyways. That's mostly gone. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Yeah, Denethor. Now, of course, watercolors kind of are the same way because they have really weird, different properties to them sometimes, one to the next. But the oils, that even surprised me, Denethor. Okay, like even okay, this perline red. What makes this way, whereas say maybe the quinacridone magenta, very different the way it handles, and then of course you got the perline crimson, even more different. And then there's all our crazy oxide colors, right? Where we've got, well, like the cobalt teal, which for some reason does not act like any other cobalt color because it's basically just got the oxide in it. It's just got the metal as opposed to the rare earth metal, whatever. I don't know. It's really weird. So I think well, I might, since it's gonna be almost 4 here. I just kind of gotta. I'm getting fooled on my print time too. I keep saying, oh yeah, it's almost 4. That print should be almost done. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Thanks so much for being here. Happy Sunday, since it is well into Sunday now. More well into Sunday than we would like it to be. Now let me see if I can't. Boy, oh boy, I don't have. Okay, fine. I'm gonna just put me some more. Little touch of my fast matte white out here. Little touch of this here again. Now this is another thing that will cause stuff to dry faster because this has alkyds in it. And that's been an experiment that's been ongoing, geez, for months now. I want to say a good maybe 3 months, maybe more, maybe 4 months. Indian yellow and our fast matte white. For some of this up here. Come on. Now, I don't know what these are called, Denethor. However, they're basically Ushabti because I saw there's bow versions, There's great weapon versions. So yeah, they're essentially Ushabti just like these guys, right? Because guess what? These guys have great weapons. They have bows. They've got hand weapons too. So there's the bow version again. These are the ones from Titan Forge that we printed out. Of course, there's also the crocodiles and the Anubis form. So yeah, these are all from Titan Forge, and those are also Ushabti. I mean, they're even on the same size base. They're on 40s. No idea what they call them, but this again, this is from Matic's Kings of War. I just wanted to try and hit this a little more right here. That one too. A little bit of thinner. And of course, thin over thick and vice versa. That's another thing you got to kind of get used to, right, Denethor, and that concept of the dry brushing. That I want to say at least 80% of these are mostly just dry brush. They do not look it because well the oils stay wet the entire time, which means as you're dry brushing, well it's not going to have that same texture. Right? It's all going to blend just like it's wet into wet. However, it's with a dry brush. So that's another really important concept right there that can take a little while to get used to. There's another little snake over there too. Even here, this is basically a bit of a dry brush. Wow, that's got a bunch of green in it there. We don't want that. And there's our fluorescent orange, some of our Indian yellow. Because I need a little more thinner into that. Again, thin over thick, vice versa. I think actually Denethor, a damp brushing. And I use that same thing with acrylics too. So yeah, we used to call it damp brushing. And it sort of is, right? Okay, I think we're good there on our, maybe a little bit of the orange will reflect up here. And again, we could also consult the oracle of the flashlight, right? And that's telling us where some of that red goes. But not too shabby for 4.5 hours. And we shall see what happens at Adepticon with these. Again, they're going to be in the Mantic booth anyway, so why not see what happens? I forget what the Mantic contest is called. Armored Wolf was kind enough to look up the link to that. Let me try some of my Prussian blue in here, because that is a little bit too much of nothing right there. Now let's try something a little lighter there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the GoFundMe campaign. Oh, and Denethor, thanks again, Denethor, for contributing to the GoFundMe. Appreciate that. That's a huge help, especially with all of the craziness. Ooh, that needs to get actually orange in there. So, yeah, we'll just throw some of this there. Yeah, a couple hours ago that wouldn't have really covered there. That's another thing too. You gotta be a patient patient. Do not be a hasty little hobbit. If you go too quickly, and that's the thing, is sometimes the oils kind of get you moving real fast. Like somebody skiing downhill and they get to be going way too quick, and they end up wrapped around a tree somewhere. So thanks again, Denethor. Appreciate that. Now here's another one of those. Slap something down. Take this. So right there, we've not only do we have ourselves a nice little blend there, but way less paint. That is why this stuff will dry faster, because hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers, very, very, very critical. Okay. So Denethor, yeah, I've got to actually, the other thing I have to do, because those arrived in the mail just the other day, is I've got to prep those halo figures so that we can paint some of those on stream. Now, those are also from Mantic, by the way. I'm going to try me something here. Let me get a little bit of my indigo. Sharpen up that edge, but then this one too, and also around this. Then here. And then a little bit up here too. Then let's take our blending brush. So we plop that darker stuff on there. We're just going to do this. Little tap, tap, tap. Man, that's smoother than anything you can airbrush. Good luck even trying to airbrush. And of course, you have to wear the mask. You'd have to mask everything off and do all kinds of crazy stuff. You got a lot of stuff to clean up. Speaking of cleaning, that is very, very easy because we don't use thinner to clean the brushes. We use brush cleaner. Oh, look, and it's for dried acrylic too. Not hazardous, no vapor. The thinner, we use very, very little. How little? This little. That's a water bottle cap. You can see how little we use, and that's all I've been using, not just during the stream, but all day long. Bithron, this is for, I believe it's for next March. So it's weird that it's like they're unleashing it now, but it's not really taking place until next March because it's not a Kickstarter. I guess because it's just a, non-Kickstarter regular miniatures thing. Yeah, Denethor definitely. I don't know, what is it? A Twitch sub, maybe half. Whereas I think with the Patreon, it's 85. It's either 85 or 90%. No matter what, the math certainly works differently, or more in your favor on the Patreon, of course, than on the Twitches. Yeah, Denethor. Well, of course. Well, then you'll have to get down to binge watching, right? Because during the stream last night, I was starting to wonder if there might not actually be 2,000 hours worth of videos. There might actually be a couple thousand hours worth. Now, I think I will head over Hero Zone's way. If Heroes, let me just double check and make sure Hero Zone is still streaming, because now it is getting to be close to 4. And I do have a bunch of things that I got to do. So let me just make sure that he is still okay. So he's not. Iron Ant is though. But let's get these guys together. Ooh, also let me zoom out so you can see them a little easier. There you go. There it is. So there's all 3 of them again in 4 hours, 38 minutes, and 44 seconds. Okay, let's turn him this way a little bit. Turn that way a little bit. So there we go. There's our fun little unit. Thank you so much, Bithron. Appreciate you being here. And thanks, of course, Armored Wolf, for all the moderations. Yes, indeed. So we'll be hopefully seeing you on Monday. I'm gonna get that raid countdown started because it takes a little while there. But yes, the balance of the cooler, more subdued colors versus the warmer, very high intensity colors. So thank you so much, Zelly. Hopefully we see you on stream too. Oh, thanks so much, Dalian Art. Dalian Art. Thank you so much. Here, let's get that going. So thanks so much, Denethor. Appreciate that.